7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. And Jackson decided today we're going on the TMA STL YouTube channel, and they are celebrating in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, it's fun to see them celebrate.
Yeah, it is.
Because we were in the 101 ESPN chat yesterday.
Oh, I see. Okay.
When we were at Rawlings.
All right.
And now the MD 2020 says it's good to be, or is that John Scores who said it? It's good to be home in the TMA chat.
Really?
I'd like to know how they coped. How did they cope yesterday?
John Scores, you can call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can also text into the program. Air Comfort Service is the sponsor of this text inbox, 314-399-9646. And, of course, you just open up the YouTube app, you type in TMA STL, and then you talk it over in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I see on the Stiefel dossier we have a surprise guest, Martin.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. We got to.
Yeah, Doug was kind of getting pissed that we hadn't had one in a while.
I've heard him.
Hornet
He
about
was
it.
throwing stuff before the show. People would be surprised what this guy really acts like. It'll come out in the San Diego Tribune down the road, but this guy, Doug.
He's been a problem.
No, it's going to be fun. I would say a relevant guest.
Relevant.
Yeah. But that could be twisted in a lot of ways.
Relevant.
Papers knows who it is. Yeah.
I could like initials would be nice.
I'm going Gary Pinkel.
Got anything?
No.
Gary Pinkel.
No, it's not Gary Pinkel.
Barry Odom.
Well, now we're going to start guessing. Okay, it was Barry Odom.
Okay.
Cancel it, Papers.
Gosh.
We're going to talk some Boilermakers.
Yeah, boil up.
I'm excited about this Boilermakers game this weekend. They've got somebody in the Big Ten. Probably.
Washington.
Who do they got?
Throw Washington out there.
Purdue is a really huge college. I always thought it was kind of a specialized engineering university. It's like 35,000, 40,000 people there.
And that's because of Gene Katie?
I think so. They love the comb over. And a lot of high school kids said, I'm going to where that comb over lives.
Tim, you were there, the MAC. We love story time.
Yes.
Gene Katie's our guest. We're sitting at the MAC getting ready for the Final Four right across the street at the beautiful Dome. And Gene Katie is seated next to us mid-segment, which is kind of always awkward. Like, hey, have a seat there, Coach. Great to have you. Welcome to our town. Congratulations on a wonderful season, even though you guys never get to the Final Four. Thanks for joining us. And producer Joe is putting the headset on Gene Katie over the comb-over.
Oh, no. Did
So
he mess it up?
You don't quite know what's going on up there with that hair.
Yeah.
But here's Joe, as brave as he was, putting the headset over the comb-over, and I believe he got the scowl of all scowls.
He always coached with a scowl and looked mean, but I understand in person he was a really great guy.
That's right.
I think we had him on a couple times.
He's going to join us at 9 o'clock.
Is he?
Boy, I kind of backed myself into this. Yes.
Okay.
Knew it.
He was
Knew it,
on a
Doug.
bunch when Konzo got the job, because he was a big Konzo guy.
Yeah.
got hair that people would die to have.
Well, not really.
Purdue has, in what might be the most riveting game of the Big Ten slate this week, at Northwestern.
Oh, Doug. You want to do a trip to Evanston?
Be a lot of scrap iron left on the field when those two Titans are done battling around.
Papers, that feel like a Friday game.
That feels like they could play that Monday morning.
Hopefully the guest can explain that big pile of ass we all witnessed downtown last night. Maybe the Blues should have put in the E-Bug. Call for Daddy Padre from Sharon and Clayton in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Well, he may have performed about as well as Holford did. That was really ugly. Really as ugly as it's been that I can remember for a while.
Blackhawks
for a
haven't
goaltender.
scored 8 goals on the Blues since 1990, Doug.
Well, I don't want to get too technical because I know you guys don't follow these sports like I do. I don't want to say things you don't understand. But the Blues need to play better at home.
What?
That's as simple as I can say it for you. I mean, they've been just god-awful in their first 2 home games.
Why do you say that?
Well, they've been outscored 13-3. That was the big tip-off.
Has it affected the Vaughn Index? Because the other day you had
Vaughn
him at
Index,
4.
yeah.
And Tim pointed out that's the exact amount of points they had.
Well, so
Things have certainly changed, I'm
It's
sure.
extremely
since then.
accurate, the Vaughn Index. Let's see, they've given up 17 and they've scored 12. 4 is the Vaughn Index still.
So they really haven't changed. That's surprising.
No, it's still a 4.
Okay.
But those are just 2 god-awful games at home.
And it just started horribly.
Yeah.
Holford just throws that pass. I realize he's trying to pass the puck, sends it right up the middle just a bad giveaway, and you could just kind of feel it there. Even though they got it to 2-2, it just didn't feel
And the
right.
second goal was very soft.
Yeah, from the side
From an
angle.
impossible angle. He just didn't have the goalpost cut off.
And all of this, while they've kind of made it clear that they're going to kind of split duties in goal.
Well, that may have changed their mind just a little bit.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle has just sent in an image. St. Louis, worst sports town in America. And he has a puck, a baseball, and a soccer ball. Doug, are we the worst sports town in America?
Well, there's lots of towns that have no professional teams.
Nice.
Wouldn't that be worse?
Nice. Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, action's back on you. Call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101.
You'd rather be Des Moines or Wichita or Omaha?
How about that? Look at that.
I'm not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
Come on, Charlie.
Chuck's been ducking us. He'd be a good surprise. He'd be a drop
Yes.
by. He'd be a drop off, but he's always busy with that NASCAR stuff. But they're down to the round of 8, so hopefully things will wind down for Chuck here soon. Chuck, call in.
NASCAR's down to a round of 8?
Yeah, come on, Doug.
I don't understand how it works anymore.
I don't really either, but they're down to the round of 8. Denny Hamlin's in the lead.
So now there's only 8 cars driving around the track?
No.
Papers is communicating through drops. Here's Jim Montgomery on the festivities last night.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
Well, in the first period, we showed good resolve, came back twice, and then our habits just weren't consistent enough to play winning hockey. Can't give up that many odd man rushes. We can't give up that many grade A looks off the rush. I thought that our game was building the right way in Vancouver, but our execution today did not match the Hawks' execution.
A little scuffle right there in front of the net, it sounds like.
Right. Somebody hit the goalpost.
And if you didn't see it, we understand because it started at about 9 o'clock.
When did the puck officially drop? What was the time? This is something I like to bet on during the playoffs.
I honestly don't know the specific number, but I would say 8:53, 54.
The target was 8:52.
But I don't
Now,
remember.
publicly, it's 8:30, but the target actually was 8:52.
They did about a 20-minute post game on TNT for the Red Wings and Panthers because that's what you needed.
Amen. Good for
Here
you for saying
on
it.
Game 4 of the season.
You think there was such a clamoring nationwide for this game to be on television that it made sense to start 2 Central Division teams that late at night?
Well, why not have the second game be like the Kings and Ducks or Kraken and Sharks or something?
Yeah.
Why did it need to
The
be
Flames
Central?
played the Mammoth last night. That could have been a good one.
I think they,
am tired.
Well, I am tired.
Jackson, you stayed up to watch it all?
No.
Okay.
Did you watch any of it?
No.
Okay.
What'd you watch?
back to where we
Joe
were.
Missoula's Celtics play the media?
I would if there was a live stream.
You
of it.
watched The Golden Bachelor and see Freddie Freeman's nanny leave early because she wasn't feeling it.
Really?
Yeah.
Her nanny was it? His nanny?
I guess it's a woman that takes care of Freddie Freeman's kids.
I'm sure he's
She might be related somehow.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure he's excited.
I was going to
She
say,
was
I was
on
fired
that
up that
program.
She's
Yeah.
using his name for clout there.
She was a strong candidate, but she just wasn't feeling it.
All these self-promoters are janky? Is that what you
Yeah.
think?
Like, hey, here's my audition. I'm Freddie Freeman's nanny.
Well, I'm not
Great.
sure that's exactly
Beverages
what
kids.
she used. That just happened to
Is
be.
that the chyron underneath her name, Doug? Does it say?
No, it did it when she was introduced. So did you watch anything at all with basketball?
No, I sat down and I stared directly at the hardwood floor.
Are you still mad about Saturday's
4
game?
hours.
Is that why? Still stewing?
No stewing. I recorded Movie Boy last night.
Oh, last
A
night.
late night movie boy?
I would say every other week I'd record it in the evening
Is
time.
Gareth on the road or something?
No, he works during the day.
You just sit at home and chop it up old school solo.
Yeah.
Was it emergency pod when you do it at
No.
night?
No, this is scheduled. Business as usual.
Yeah,
Don't
Tim.
mind me. You guys
Okay.
just break it on down.
Jackson watching the NBA preseason last night. The WNBA gets better ratings than the NHL in St. Louis. That's from the amateur proctologist. Doug, is that accurate?
It can't possibly
I'm not
be
looking to start
accurate.
any wars, man.
Uh-oh. Was it accurate?
I don't know.
It can't
Oh, I
possibly
thought you
be
were getting
accurate.
ready to drop some knowledge.
If that is the case, it'd be interesting, but I don't have that information. I can look into it. Is what I, can
wouldn't
do.
buy that for a second.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, now Jackson's going to...
If that's the case, it's going to be a lot of people going to have to do some explaining.
There's a 10 o'clock Eastern Monday Night Football game this Monday. Quit complaining about an 8:53 p.m. puck drop. That's from Bryce Almighty Action Jackson.
Well, don't tell me what to stop complaining about.
Because we got a long list to get to. It's not a tragedy, but you would like to avoid it if you can. Well, the good thing is, if you're a fan, you could leave early and not worry about it.
And many chose to do so,
Yes.
Martin. There were a lot of fans there last night at the end. They just were wearing red. Hockey want wingy.
Hockey got wingy.
Why are we talking about Blues in October? We can talk about them in April at Locker Cleanout Day. Let's talk about the freshman quarterback at Mizzou that will be replacing Bo Prabula. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Gosh.
Matt Zoller's season on the Plains?
You lose one game and everybody loses hope. Just absolutely folds their cards.
I got a tweet last night that said, Martin, is Monty now in James Franklin territory? And I said, I think they were kidding. But that's sort of the world we're living in.
Instant gratification.
Should we call for Monty's head on the home of the Blues?
After 5 wins, Mizzou lost to Alabama. Now they want the quarterback gone. That's it.
Here is one that I do think is a legitimate question. Logan Mayu, -4 last night. Is it time to panic? I do think, even though I realize we're talking 4 games, because of buying that stock at a low, that because you're getting some questionable play from questionables, certainly polite, out of him and out of Tucker, that they're having to mess around with the defensive pairings, that you are seeing some impact there. I think that there is that. Odd man rushes, and of course the net minding issues that were going on. When you look at it, even though the Blues were able to pick up all 4 points against the Flames and Canucks on that Western Canadian road trip, I think the Blues, and I think Shen actually said this post-game, we still, only played 4 good periods of hockey on that trip. And as Joey Vitale said this morning on the Curbside podcast, he got on the team bus out of Doug's favorite building, the Saddle Dome, sat next to Al McInnes and goes, well, we got bailed out by the goalie tonight because Hofer was so good. Even though he was so bad last night, he was so good in Calgary. So I think that is something. It's not going, okay, that trade was an absolute disaster. That would be bizarro world 4 games in. But I do think it is something to monitor when you're taking a look at his play to date and the impact on the rest of the defensive pairings.
He might be due for a press box game.
You think so? Think he's going to sit upstairs?
Just a little mental break, and then you throw in Kessel out there. I think you could do that every once in a while anyway. Mayu doesn't have to play every game, but so probably pressing a little bit, Doug.
Probably so.
When you get traded for somebody who's decent talent, especially, he probably notices that Bolduc's scoring.
Oh, yeah.
He might be pressing a little bit.
He's only 22, and this is really his first time when he's been an every game type of player. He's a -7 so far, and it doesn't help that Bolduc is off to a red-hot start with Montreal either. But it's going to take a while, I guess. And it doesn't look like that he's quite ready at the moment. But, again, he's only 22 and just getting his feet wet, so he can't lose hope yet.
I think I heard Jamie Rivers talking about it before the season and saying with defensemen in the NHL, it's about 200 games before you kind of get a read on where they are or how good they're going to be. So we're 12 in.
Yeah. Remember, there was a time we weren't sure Parayko was going to be the guy that was going to get it done. And
people always wanted him to
back there for years.
Just wanted him to be what he wasn't, right? Because he was tall,
be a big, tough guy,
or even just like the pronger size and be edgy and kind of slash people, but it just wasn't his game.
Yeah,
Worst trade ever. Get rid of Army. Some Bob Wagon.
Gosh.
Now they're unhappy with the other side. The dude's only played 12 games in the NHL. Maybe give him a little bit more time. That's from Who's on First.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's still a very young player.
Would you trade him back, Doug? Is that what you're suggesting? You think Army's on the phone?
For Bolduc, can we have Bolduc back?
Trade him back.
They probably would.
-7. Too bad hockey isn't golf. That's from Thrill Fan 22.
Good comment. Really strong comment.
Papers just shook his head.
That was bad.
Would you just find the WNBA ratings?
No, that text was no good.
No, it wasn't true, was it?
What? The St. Louis WNBA stuff?
The WNBA ratings are better in St. Louis than NBA ratings. I'm not buying that for a second.
The texter said NHL.
I don't buy that either.
There is no data for St. Louis specifically on that, but there's some articles about WNBA playoffs last year outpacing the NHL regular season. So do with that what you will. That's not me saying that. As
I see in the Stiefel dossier you have Angel Reese gets her wings, and that was ahead of the Blues game.
Oh, you son of a...
Tim is just absolutely sandbagging me here. But
did Angel Reese get her wings?
I don't even know what is that. Is that it's a Wonderful Life reference?
What is that?
She does.
She was on some runway for some fashion show.
That's right.
I saw her.
Thank you for your show prep. You can learn a little something.
I saw it on the social media.
Couldn't be sorrier.
I know Twitter's a bunch of bull crap that ain't real.
That's right.
But I still occasionally glance at it.
Sure.
Don't tell drink.
Yeah. You're going to get called out in that next
I
presser.
believe she was on the Victoria's Secret runway last night, and she got her wings. And Jackson had that ahead. Wingy. Hockey went wingy, and Jackson wanted to go with that instead of the Blues game. And, of course, Yoff talk, as it's known
so much Yoff talk
around these particular parts. The program is called TMA, and now they're mad.
Why?
You just say Angel Reese, and
Yeah.
it's magic in St. Louis. 314-399-9646. The program's called TMA. We got a surprise guest on the Stiefel dossier at 9 o'clock. Doug and I have decided it's either Barry Odom or Gene Katie. We're trying to figure
I don't know
out
who else it could be.
which one it is.
Matt Painter, Purdue.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Okay.
So that's coming up on the
The
program.
big dog, Len Robinson.
Yeah.
Good for papers.
Was that 94 when they were the number one overall seed
I
with
just
the big?
don't know the years, Tim.
That's right.
Missouri was a 1 seed, and they lost to Lute Olson in Arizona at the LA Coliseum, and Doug witnessed somebody get stabbed or shot during the live shot.
Well, he got stabbed right behind me. It was before,
On cam?
Well, we weren't on at the time. We were just about to go on. And he was trying to get in the L.A. arena to visit his girlfriend, and the building was locked at the time. And he kept knocking and knocking and knocking. Eventually, she opened the door and stabbed him. And then he started running crazily towards us and said, "All right, you're on in 30 seconds." And son of a... What am I supposed to do? What's the story now? The stabbing victim or the Mizzou game?
I think Paula Linney.
And there was all kinds of police and security out there because, there were several different news crews out there. And the police were saying, "Now, don't go to your car by yourself." And I said, "It's 20 feet away. Yeah, let me walk you there." So really, this is the neighborhood we're in. L.A. Arena, right next to the Coliseum, right next to USC. Tough hood.
Fight on.
Yeah.
USC and Notre Dame. 9.5 point spread, 61.5 total. Is that right?
That's okay, yes.
That game in South Bend.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Notre Dame might run it up on them.
Oh, is that right? Fresh off the win against Michigan, go blue.
I just thought the USC would be better this year.
What about
I really
a
like their
Lincoln Riley
quarterback.
hot seat? You got that?
It's possible. It's possible, but
'Cause
I think
you're
that
on
they're-
a heater
One
right
loss,
now.
and it was only in a last-second loss to ILL.
I think
What, do you
he's their-
disrespect ILL? They lost to perhaps two of the best teams in the country. You're disrespecting ILL? You going to fight Kerry Davis and Jamie Rivers?
I'm not fighting anybody, but I just want to see more from USC. I want to see more.
Okay.
And this is a prime opportunity this weekend.
Right.
6:30 start.
James Carlton gives you a prime opportunity to save money. Ask Jamie Rivers about that if you're not fighting him. How about this? 452 five-star reviews from my insurance agent, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Megan 6 wrote this on Google, Doug. "I was referred to James Carlton's office and his team with high praise, and after my experience, I see why. I've been preparing for an auto purchase after not having a car in the city for over 6 years. I had a lot of questions, and Mike Ross was always quick to reply. He explained everything that changed in the auto insurance world since I last had a policy like a friendly neighbor, and gave me all the information I needed to make the best decision for my situation. He was even able to get me a more competitive renter's policy as well. Loved my experience and would also refer to anyone in the local area." It's James Carlton, my insurance agent, online at carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, longtime TMA sponsor and Tim McKernan Show sponsor. And Jackson and I cut a new episode yesterday. The title... The beard is symmetrical, the skull isn't? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
the beard is symmetrical, the head is not.
Okay. Doug, that's up and available.
That's your podcast?
That's right.
Tim McKernan Show.
Yeah.
All right.
Jackson Burkett, co-host, just like Gareth is co-host on Movie Boy.
3 hours, 4 hours? How long?
Hour.
Hour. Yeah.
Wow, tidy. You have to pee?
No, that's
How is your prostate?
It's actually gotten better.
Good for you.
I've done better.
You doing Kegels?
Now, I'm a little nervous. That's because I don't hydrate enough. But I have gotten better where I don't have to like pee every 5 seconds.
It's awesome, man. I'm so happy for you.
Isn't it great?
That comes from being hydrated.
I know. I think I need to hydrate more. Also, speaking of which,
Is the length of the pod determined by Jackson's bladder?
No, I said I got to land the plane quickly today. I got to land the plane quickly today. So Jackson had to feel good about that, knowing that I was going to go an hour. No more than an hour. If you play golf with me and Jackson in the Michelob Ultra Tee It Up with TMA giveaway, I would imagine he'll use the Little Wizard's Room over under 3.5 times in 18 holes. How do you feel about that?
Under. Yeah.
I don't apologize.
Under, for sure. If it's a weekday round, under. Weekend, that could be over.
Your prostate takes the weekends off?
No, the prostate would be more on in the weekends because I'd be more likely to have a cold beverage.
Do you do the Rich Gould fairway urinal?
Yep, I witnessed
Just like
that.
go in the middle of the fairway?
Yeah, I think that was 9 at Bell Reeve, if
anywhere?
memory serves.
I
Media
find it-
Day, 2004. Was that 2004 where he weed in the 9 fairway at Bell Reeve?
During the tournament?
Well, it was Media Day, but yes, during.
At Bell Reeve.
I go, Rich. I mean, we're on a fairway. We could be at Riverside, and this would be a problem, much less Bell Reeve.
I would say.
What do you say, Junior?
Oh, Junior, I don't give a damn. That kind of summed up the career.
There's not a lot of woods around Bell Reeve, though, is there?
A little off to the left, that's where Tiger ran into problems on Sunday, but then, Doug, you saw him draw it around the foliage and then roll that putt in for a birdie with a nice little fist pump, and Brooks Koepka received the message.
Okay.
So if you're ready to hit the fairway with me and Jackson, and maybe Rich Gould is, 101 ESPN and Michelob Ultra present the Tee It Up with TMA giveaway. One lucky winner and a guest will score a free round of golf with me and Jackson at Fox Run. Oh, Fox Run, how do you do? What a wonderful golf course. It's your chance to hang out and enjoy a laid-back round with me and Jackson. Use the code SWING to get entered to win now, either at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. Must be 21. The Tee It Up with TMA giveaway is courtesy of Michelob Ultra Superior Light Beer. Surprise guest at 9 o'clock. All kinds of nonsense throughout. There's your Stiefel dossier. It is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
wish you the best as opening night is tonight. Another parade down Market Street would be nice. That would make it twice. Go out there and give them hell and wish the rest of the league farewell. Good luck, boys, we love you. Please save the city to the city that once was. Let's go, Blue.
Love the big man sound. Love that.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. You can watch the program on the YouTube app. It's TMA STL. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. 6,140 friends have done so, and 166 are in there right now, talking it over like Lex Luthor, Spicy So, Don PP, AM, Jock Whore, and Sam Mother. Doug, they're all in there.
Sam Mother.
And they're all talking it over here on the program. So Kevin Acee of the San Diego Union Tribune was on with BK and Ferrario yesterday on the Mike Shildt situation. I was wondering, because if I'm not mistaken, Martin, when John Mozeliak was in studio with us, Doug, was that 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago?
I think
September 25th, 23rd or 25th.
Okay.
Not 24th.
Definitely not.
Okay. You asked him, I believe, about the Mike Shildt firing.
Because I think it's the one that always comes up
Yes.
in their recent decline. Boy, when they fired Shildt, things started going backwards. And it was all because Mo and Shildt spoke back and wanted more power, and Mo couldn't handle it.
That was
Narrative.
what many fans believed. So I wanted to actually hear what he had to say in that, and I'm sure some of the audience would like to hear it now that you have the San Diego Union Tribune story, and then we'll play some of Kevin Acee on BK and Ferrario. So here is John Mozeliak with us on Doug, either September 23rd or 25th, but definitely not the 24th.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay. One that comes up a lot is Mike Shildt, how he left. And I don't know what all you can say, but people point to that as a shift for the organization.
Yeah, obviously, I would position this as it's spilt milk in terms of what's happened. But, I mean, there were certainly reasons why we had to make that decision. And I don't feel like the public forum is still, bless you, is still the place for, which is kind of fits in with the decision on Shilty. And you know, I definitely feel like I get beat up over it. But
is that when you've had to kind of eat it and there's not a lot you can say publicly?
Yeah, I mean, legally, I was advised to you know, as an employer, there's only so much you can say. And so I don't want to beat around the bush. I'll just simply say, I know we had to make a decision. I believe it was the right decision. People can argue that they don't think it was, but I'm sure someday more of this will come out. I'm sure some of the people that work with me or worked under him might say some things as well. But to me, it's what's happened.
How about that? Someday it will come out.
Someday. 2.5 weeks later, it turned out to be someday. There it was.
That's pretty revealing now, especially you think back and what we're learning.
Mm-hmm.
That he's kind of putting it out there. Listen, I got beat up over that, but the phrase they used a lot was, we had to do it.
And legally, I was advised, so you had that. So he was asked about it. I think one of the things, we talked a little bit about it on yesterday's program with regard to how come this didn't come out when Mike Shildt had just been terminated in St. Louis, because you can go, well, the media in this town is soft.
Yeah.
But if you go to your primary sources, as you just heard us do, nearly 4 years after the man was terminated, and the primary source still does not want to go on the record about it, there are ramifications to defaming somebody's character that would then expose both the person who said it and the parent company of that employee. So you can't just go running around saying, well, I heard this. Mike Shildt or whomever may go, okay, no problem. Let me slap you with a slander suit right quick on defaming my character, because no one wanted to go on the record about it. And you just heard John Mozeliak nearly 4 years after the fact say, yeah, I'm just not going to go into it. Maybe at some point people will, but that's, in my mind, spilt milk. So then you have what's transpired in San Diego, And BK and Ferrario got Kevin A.C. of the San Diego Union Tribune on yesterday. Jackson, what do we have right here, ladies and gentlemen? This is Jackson Burkett.
This is Kevin talking about if the Padres view the Shildt hiring as a success.
It was a good run. And so, Mike leaves the Padres. He leaves the clubhouse in terms of the players. He leaves the culture of that together. Mike's a complex man. I'll tell you, it's weird that I would, you guys would be talking about this story and I'd be talking about how he left the culture better. He did. He did a good job here. And so I don't think there's regret in that way, but just like I am positive, based on my reporting that in Cleveland, there's a little post-traumatic, in St. Louis, didn't mean to insult you. I happen to love Cleveland. I just want that to be on the record. I really do. But in St. Louis, a little post-traumatic situation with some people in the organization after working with Mike. There certainly is a little bit of that here.
All right. Okay. When that story came out yesterday, I was thinking, because he had 20 Padres sources and then I think 6 former Cardinal types. I was thinking, boy, he turned this quick. I mean, this just happened, and it was a shocking departure to most that he just walks away from a team that's a playoff contender every year. And he did say in the interview he'd been working on this for 6 months, this story, that he'd been working on this story for 6 months. So he's been sourcing and talking to people because this behavior became a thing in San Diego, how he would treat some people. He even said, I was on the receiving end of it a lot in the post game. And he said, these post games are televised in San Diego. And he said, I had Padres people say he treats me the same way. And he said, I don't care. And he had a great answer about the media. And he said, my rule is I don't care how players treat the media. In large because I think people at home don't care. He said, and he used Machado as an example. He said, he's a total jerk, but I enjoy covering him. He's changed the franchise. And he said, I have to go through 5 minutes of him being a jerk before I get one good answer, but I enjoy covering him. Yeah. He said, I don't care at all how the media is treated. I think that's how most fans feel. Mm-hmm. He said, unless it reflects how they also treat other people. And so he used that example that he was on the receiving end of a lot of Mike Shildt. He called it bizarre answers, even in the postgame. But he said he started hearing from more people, hey, I'm dealing with the same thing. So he worked on this for 6 months. And I'm sure at some point that's when he reached out to Cardinals types to kind of see what they had experienced. But I think it's also unique. You don't hear anything about the players. It's always coaches and staff. So when you say staff, you think of a baseball team. You got the training staff, you have the equipment staff, you have the clubhouse people, you have the video people, and then all the coaches as well. And that was my understanding, not in the immediate, when Shildt was fired, I was shocked. I didn't know what the hell happened. And you start hearing stuff about how he treated people and how people wanted to quit. Maybe they were going to even file a lawsuit. And if you're in that position of John Mozeliak and you have a near mutiny on your hands, holy smokes. And I think they were caught off guard. Now, I've had other people say to me that used to work for the Cardinals that while Mo is largely getting credit now for eating it, some people said, well, maybe he should have done something sooner. So I don't know what he knew.
I also would be curious. I mean, he's with the organization for a number of years. It's surprising to me that this would not have shown itself at the lower levels. I, of course, am saying this just from a logic standpoint, not from a knowledge standpoint. Kevin A.C., Martin, gives John Mozeliak credit for eating it in the interview with BK and Ferrario here on 101 ESPN yesterday.
I do. Look, I'm in the business of gathering information, right? And putting out things that maybe some people don't want put out, and then just telling the truth. So yeah, that's kind of weird. I'd be like, hey, way to go, you hid that. But there's also personnel situations, right, where you need to do it by law, and there's respect for people. I did get the impression in the times that I spoke to him that he respected Mike and certain aspects. We've started to live in this black and white world where someone's very good or very bad or the worst or the best. And it's like, that's just not true. My wife can be kind of a nag sometimes. I think she's the greatest woman in the world. I truthfully do. But come on. I got to shut my mouth sometimes when my sons are complaining about her because I'm like, I'm not going to say anything, but I don't disagree with you there. But like, come on, guys, there's a lot of gray area there. So, so I respect the hell out of it. And I respect the hell out of AJ Preller for that. I try to find respect in virtually almost everyone I cover. Like, hey, what has made them so excellent that they have risen to the top of their profession? And I did that with Mike. And I do that with everyone I cover, and I try to look at a situation like happened in St. Louis, and especially as I did more reporting on this, and some people were vomiting information because, like I said, it was like they were just unleashing stuff. I was like, I'm really surprised this hasn't come out, but I've been in this business too long to not understand that there's just different circumstances sometimes where things come out in different ways.
I'm a Kevin A.C. Lemming, I've decided. I enjoy his non sequiturs on both Cleveland and his family dynamic.
His wife taking shrapnel. I would love it if he got home and she said, "Did you take a shot at me on St. Louis radio?"
Well, a manager like that will get extra juice when he's successful.
Yes.
And Shildt won a lot of games here, and so I'm sure a lot of people felt like they just had to take whatever he was dishing out because the management's going to side with the head coach or manager who's being successful than one of the people who work underneath him.
He seems to be the master of detail. I think even when they promoted him to be on Matheny's staff, I think Mozeliak said, the trains always run on time. Like in Memphis, he ran a tight ship, and he knows what he's doing. He loved talking about George Kissel and Tony La Russa. And I think both things could be true. He's a great manager, but there seems to be some issues with how he treated people, not just here, but also there.
I'm asking this, and this is the text is directed specifically at you, Martin, but I do think that this is something that Cardinal fans are wondering in general, and I think it's good to have a conversation about it. The text says, if Martin knew this stuff off the record, but I would edit the text to say, if others covering the team knew this stuff off the record. But if Martin knew this stuff off the record, why didn't he refute things when people would criticize Mozeliak on the show? I will speak firsthand for myself, and then Martin, I'd be curious what you would say to that. My sense was, and that's why I asked Mozeliak both at spring training and then when he was sitting here, but during a commercial break, because I didn't feel like it would be the right thing to ask on the air. But he was comfortable answering it, so that's why I tell this story. But on the air, I did ask at spring training something along the lines of, I get the sense that you are, taking shots for some things that if you wanted to, you could help explain, but have chosen not to do so. And that comes from having some semblance of awareness of a variety of different elements of the organization. I mean, again, when it's all said and done, the owner of the business decides what the business, and I've kind of been confused by that. Like, I know Demoff was, and I'm not like saying that Kevin Demoff's a great guy. I'm just saying Kevin Demoff was the spokesperson. Kevin Demoff didn't get to make decisions. He worked for Stan Kroenke. John Mozeliak doesn't get to just run roughshod. He's got a boss who owns the franchise that, he could have said or leaked. That would really be the thing that I was getting at. Leaked things that could have helped explain it. And that's what you heard Kevin A.C. complimenting him on, is that he kept it in-house. Whereas in San Diego, they decided they wanted to be outspoken about it. How would you answer that question for Cardinal fans who are wondering how it took this to happen for it to get out?
I think I always defended Mozeliak and the Cardinals by saying there's more to this story. I didn't know what legally I could say. I heard a lot of stories. And I will tell you, in that first year after the stunning decision, when people were like, oh my God, they fired Mike Shildt. What? We were all stunned. Remember, they had a immediate Zoom.
Yep.
I think Nightingale or somebody put it out there. And we were like, what? Fired. It was so chaotic. We all got an alert that said there's a Zoom call starting at 3:30. And the text came at like 3:40. We're like, did we miss it? What? And then a week later, when they gave Ollie the job, before they even got to announcing that, Mozeliak said, listen, there's been a lot of questions this past week. I think we need to go over this one more time. And that's when I said on that call, when you left Los Angeles, you lose the wildcard game, are you thinking about a change? He's like, well, if you really need to know my whole timeline, no, we weren't. Which told you that once they got back here, things were unearthed that changed the situation. But the early stage, when I started to hear stuff, I went to Mozeliak and said, hey, I heard. He's like, I'm really not going to comment on that. I said, well, we're just talking. He's like, I am not comfortable. And then I asked Bill DeWitt III. I said, I heard this is the real reason, And he said, I can't, So then you would talk to people who were affected by it and said, yeah, this happened. Nobody ever was going to go on the record on that topic. But I think as I became more clear to me, I would often say, there's more to that story. There's that. So I never threw out other people's business. But I think I was pretty consistent on not giving Mo a pass on that one, but thinking that's not the story people think it is. And then when Shildt was here, I told you a year and a half ago where I said to him, do you have any regret? We're on camera. Jim Hayes and I are there, and a lot of it is grab us. Hey, Skip, did you go to the wrong dugout? You love emos. We did, the traditional, hey, welcome back. And I thought this is the one time I have him on camera where I'm going to be able to ask him this question, where I said it was a pretty ugly ending here. Do you have any regrets about how you handled things here? And that's where he kind of stared me down a little bit and then said, no, I put my head on my pillow and I represented the Cardinals. And I think he truly believes that. And Kevin Acee said something in that interview as well, which if you're interested in this whole Mike Shildt drama, I would recommend going back and listening, because he said, I really like Mike, even though I was on the receiving end of he said, and he was just kind of saying it's complicated. And I feel the same way, because I really liked him. We used to text. Even I said, I hope you get that Padres job. And then as I found out more and more, I thought, well, maybe I just had no clue. Like I think a lot of people at home had no idea. And I do wonder that clip, the Rosarena, the famous Rosarena clip, I love that, because I'm like, wow, this guy who seems like a nerdy librarian has got a little zip on his fastball. This is kind of fun. I want my coach to be kind of like, let's go kick their ass. I want that out of my manager. But maybe that's a small window in the guy. Wow, I had no idea he could flip like that. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what people, again, Mozeliak calls it spilled milk. But when he says we had to, I am convinced that that's referencing a near mutiny, where you can't keep one person if you've got 20 to 30 who are ready to walk.
And I'm sure the Cardinals didn't want to talk about it too much. They just like the whole thing to go away. I mean, this wasn't Red Schoenings or Tony La Russa or Whitey Herzog who'd won him a World Series, or an ex-great player. This was a manager that they thought was replaceable, I'm sure. And they probably just are tired of talking about it and want the whole thing to go away. That'd be my estimation from their point of view.
But observing this, and obviously we've been doing the show for a while, John Mozeliak's approval rating in St. Louis was already in a decline. 16, 17, 18, it probably started because of who they lost to in the NLDS in 2015 after a 100-win season. And then 16, 17, and 18 were blah years. Then Shildt comes in, and they get some things going in the second half of 18 after firing Matheny. Then they're back. I mean, 2020 is whatever it is. But then they have the winning streak in 2021, and then he's terminated. So Mozeliak is already viewed as the enemy by many fans, rightly or wrongly, but we're here every morning. We know where the public reaction is. And then Shildt is viewed as, okay, look at this guy. He got him there in 19 to the NLCS with a team that probably wasn't Final Four and MLB worthy. And then 2021, the winning streak, and they get there, and they lost to the Dodgers, but they got there, and now all of a sudden he gets whacked. And so when he gets whacked, the public sides with Shildt, and Mozeliak / the organization could have defended itself, but chose not to. And so therefore that compounded the already negative energy directed towards both Mozeliak and the organization, that then gets us to 2025 after 2023, 2024, and 2025, and Mike Shildt is still brought up. So the organization itself and John Mozeliak itself may view it as spilled milk, but God almighty, how many times have we seen Mike Shilt's name texted in here over the years, because that is viewed on the timeline as a defining moment, because if you speak back to John Mozeliak, you get terminated, and that, as it turns out, may not have been what really went on.
It kind of fit the puppet narrative. Like, he puts these managers in place and you do what I tell you, otherwise you get fired, is kind of the narrative that came out. I think what you're talking about, too, teams will not defend themselves openly, but there's always a whisper campaign.
Absolutely. That's why I asked him if he ever wanted to leak
You'd be surprised.
them. Right.
You should check around. This guy's really a jerk. And I got none of that from them. So to their credit, I think they did eat it. Now, did they know? I don't know that. I did have somebody reach out and say, we heard these stories coming out of Memphis. So maybe he'd been acting like that before. I don't know. My guess on this is that he really loves baseball. He cares intensely, like a La Russa type, just wants to win every inning, every game. But it seems reported now that some of that behavior crosses the line and people feel berated on a consistent basis.
If Aaron Boone were acting like this in New York, the media would bury him. St. Louis media kept it quiet. Doug, that's from Darth 007 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Well, the St. Louis media is not on every plane flight, in the hotel rooms and in the dugout and the clubhouse. The media doesn't see everything that goes on, and they aren't told everything that goes on, even if they ask about it.
Media in this town, so how about that, though?
Okay, but they're not embedded in the team. I'm sure there's some people that get a job that's that high pressure spotlight on you all the time. He's got the job that he always wanted, and now he doesn't want anyone to screw that up and doesn't have any patience for someone not doing it his way.
And it's possible that it's as simple, a piece of it could be power corrupts. You give somebody a lot of power, all of a sudden they're in charge of everything. That's being the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals, you get a lot of juice with that job. So, again, I would love, and I should probably reach out to Shildt. I have not talked to him since that scrum interview at Busch Stadium, but I like Mike, and I'm as surprised as anyone along the way to find out these stories. But I do think for Cardinal fans who hate Mo, and this would be, Martin's carrying his water, I think that's one you got to go back and say, okay, I got to remove the L on that one.
And I think a number of people are experiencing that. Jason Gosrow of Schaefer Door Company, sponsor here on the program, texted me. He said, I suspect time will be Mo's friend on many different fronts regarding the Cardinals fans' views on him. He just texted my phone on that. And that's why I wanted to play the audio from his exchange with us when he was in studio. Because if my memory served, I was like, I think he said at some point people might talk about it, but from our perspective, I was advised legally not to say anything. So that is something that happened just 3 weeks ago, and you can hear his words, and here we now have what's taken place in San Diego since then. It is 7:48 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Doug, I just brought up Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow's company, and they're online at SchaeferDoor.com.
SCHAEFER. I know you were wondering how to spell that. That's how you spell it. SCHAEFER. Schaefer Door Company. I think what you should do is write down the name of that, put it on a Post-it note or some kind of piece of paper, and tape it right up next to your garage door button in the garage. So if something goes wrong, you'll know right who to call, and they'll get out there just as fast as they can. That's been their reputation for years. In fact, they have a special Monday morning standby service, extra people ready to go to repair those doors that break over the weekend. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. Or if you run a business or have a warehouse with those big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in those types of jobs as well. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that so you talk to a real person anytime you call and have an issue. The business has multiple family members that have been working there for many, many years. Longtime family-owned St. Louis business. Schaefer Door. SchaeferDoor.com is the website. The phone number is 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
The crap being thrown at media is baffling to me. You cannot share off-the-record items without losing trust and interviews. That's from the Lunatic. I understand that thought process, and there is certainly that's accurate. Specific to this situation, however, unless I'm wrong, because Martin, truly, this was something you said to me in a commercial break last year, and I honestly had never heard it. But again, I'm not down there like I was back when I was doing television. I don't know how many people knew about it, like truly knew about it. I think what I'm attempting to communicate with the audience, and maybe I'm doing a poor job of it, is this wasn't something that people knew about and were covering up as far as in the media, I believe. Now, I could be wrong on that, but I think that is the perception, and I don't think that is the case.
Yeah, and I would say the specifics of it along the way. I would hear stuff, but I would ask people, "Hey, what?" And people largely were like, "Oh, yeah, you wouldn't believe it." But wouldn't get specific. Nobody wanted to get overly specific. I did hear from a couple people yesterday who said, "Oh, well, this happened, this happened." I said, "Okay." It feels like now people are more comfortable saying it. I can tell you over the last couple of years, whenever I would say, "Yeah, hey, Shildt," they'd say, "Yeah, it's happening again in San Diego. Same thing's happening." But nobody really wanted to get overly specific with what their experience was. So credit to Kevin Acee, 20 Padres sources. Again, if you want to hear the whole interview, it's interesting because he makes fun of his wife being a nag.
In Cleveland?
Accidentally calls St. Louis Cleveland, which I think from a guy in San Diego, it's kind of like over there, in which duly noted. It's a really interesting, and kudos to BK and Ferraro because it was really an interesting listen.
John Heyman is reporting that a couple of coaches on the San Diego staff almost came to blows with the manager after the coach felt that Shildt had insulted him.
Yeah,
it's John Heyman reporting.
Yeah, and I think the coaching staff here was fed up, frustrated, etc. at the time with Mike Shildt. But it's interesting. It was never player driven. It was always coaches and staff. But I think he would tell you, it seemed like the interview, the quotes maybe to Kevin Acee, he feels he's just demanding, people's best. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if he sees what obviously a lot of other people, the way they see it.
I 100% agree with the lunatic. Whiny babies want all the tea. Sometimes you don't get it. Maybe you're the one who's soft. That's Sharon in Clayton, and she is...
The whiny babies want the tea?
Jackson, you want to...
Tea is like gossip.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Spilling the tea would be telling.
I thought it was spilling the beans.
Yeah, you could swap those out. Okay. Tea is like it's a new term. There was a Kermit the Frog meme where he was drinking some Lipton tea, and that's how it kind of started. About 12 years ago.
I got to do more show prep.
Wow.
Did you catch Jackson talking down to you?
I did.
About 12 years ago.
Well, that was just the context.
God, I was still young enough to know better.
I'm becoming more and more of a journalist. I'm just reporting.
2013, Doug. Can we find the clip of fishing the tea about this weekend's game? We'll spill that a little later.
You can defend it all you want, but for nothing about it to get out. If it was this prevalent, it's pretty bad. Some Starvin' Marvin.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Marv.
You can call in and yell at us. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can text in as well, 314-399-9646, and yell at us. Air Comfort Service, text inbox. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Looks like Donna Mallett's Hip Huggers is talking to Bill Reloaded. Talking down to Doug as you scroll Twitter. Be better, Jackson. That's from Bill Reloaded.
Holy crap.
Bill. Are you scrolling Twitter over there?
I'm doing my job. Get off my ass.
Clip that off. And then Darth 007 and Spicy Sow and Heimbloom's spreadsheet are in there talking to MD 2020. It's 248 friends have gathered. I believe Ken Iggy Strode is going to be calling into the program. I don't know. Is he called in, Chairman Kurt? Okay. I told him to call in whenever. So Iggy is going to be on the program. That is not the surprise guest.
I'm surprised that Iggy's going to be on. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, he's just friend of the program. He's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
was
chat.
Was it the Dotem where he was a guest of the show?
Well, he's got something going on with the Megan Meyer Foundation, and we were texting, and I said, well, why don't you just call in? So I think he's going to call
if I've got time, buddy, I'll call you.
Then we got Doug, either Gene Katie or Barry Odom.
We've narrowed it down to those two.
But Martin kind of threw out Matt Painter. Mm-hmm. Something Purdue related at 9 o'clock with the surprise. Gas Design, Air Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hearing from a lot of folks who are excited about this trip to Scotland next summer, June 15th. We're going to head to spectacular Scotland. I'm excited about this. And the great thing about Colette Travel is they put it all together. They handle all those details. You don't have to worry about piecing a trip together. Going to go see beautiful Scotland, and all the flights, meals, hotels, local experiences are all part of the package. Going to Edinburgh, Glasgow, checking out the Orkney Islands, a cruise on the lovely Loch Ness, the Isle of Skye, see the landscapes of the Highlands. Watching those British Opens over the years, played in Scotland. Wow, it looks so much fun. Well, now is your chance to head there with me. Don't miss out. Join by calling our friends at Altair Travel. They give you all the information. It's 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600 to find out more information. You can also go to 101ESPN.com to learn more. Heading to Scotland, spectacular Scotland. A trip of a lifetime coming your way next summer as we head over there. Call Altair Travel at 314-968-9600.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night to the Chicago Blackhawks. Final score 8-3. Off day today and tomorrow for the Note. They will take on the Dallas Stars on Saturday. That's going to be a 5 p.m. pregame and a 6 p.m. puck drop right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's Halloween, it's time to scare the pants off your friends. It's Halloween, it's time to collect strangers' candy. It's Halloween, it's time to do some pumpkin carving. What are you going to be for Halloween?
Puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know that it does much of anything, really. It kills 30 seconds or so.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The 8 o'clock hour is presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, and I guess cameras are showing what he's scrolling on Twitter during the show now. I didn't even know that was going on. But what a treat it is, because at 9 o'clock we've got a surprise guest that Doug and I believe is either Barry Odom or Gene Katie, possibly Matt Painter. But right now it is a treat to welcome to the presentation the great Ken Iggy Strode. Morning, Iggy.
Morning, boys. How are you?
What's the good word, brother?
I'm just, I found a great fountain out here. You know how I like fountains. Across from St. Ambrose, they have a little courtyard with a couple of benches and a nice fountain.
It's the Piazza.
Yeah,
it's called the Piazza.
It's the Piazza.
Frisella Piazza.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, the Piazza. So I'll go down to the Cafe Dolce, grab a coffee, walk down there, and just sit by the fountain, relax.
And take it all in, have a dart?
Like that's what you're doing all day?
No, that's what I'm doing now.
Oh, now. Okay. And you do this frequently?
A couple times a week.
Okay.
And it's a beautiful morning. It's a perfect time to have a dart and a coffee down by the Piazza.
Sure, I've been there. Had ice cream right there.
What about a
gelato?
dart?
I guess there's a gelato store right next to it.
Your gelato right there, yeah.
Right.
Iggy and I were texting yesterday. You've got a big doings going on. Still working on the Megan Meyer Foundation. Of course, Gobble Bowl, Doug, a tradition unlike any other. But you have a big day today, and longtime TMA listeners know about all of your work with the Megan Meyer Foundation, and wanted to make sure they could be aware of what you are working on today and an opportunity to donate. So if you would, sir, let the people know.
Well, thank you, Tim, for giving me the opportunity, because I know the TMA listeners have always been kind to the Megan Meyer Foundation whenever we ask. We're kind of in a situation because the great governor of Missouri took $350,000 of funding away from us. So we're trying to come up with ways to raise more money to take care of that. But tomorrow is Megan Meyer Day. It's Megan's Day tomorrow. And in association with that, we're having a 24-hour one connection at a time campaign. Starts today at 2 o'clock, and it'll go to tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And the great thing, we have 4 great sponsors, so any that have agreed to match any amount. So anybody who donates, if you donate $25, it'll go up as a $100 donation.
Nice.
So if you donate $100, it goes up to $400. So we're going to do that for 24 hours. So don't be surprised and don't be mad, because I don't mind for Gobble Bowl. I don't mind asking for raffle items and auction items and things like that. I feel weird asking for money, but I know I have to do it, but I feel kind of weird asking people for, hey, you want to donate? Prizes are different. Money's a little different. I feel a little weird, but today I'll sit here at 2 o'clock and I will send out about 250 texts. Not a group text, because I know I hate group text. It'll be one text at a time to friends that I know and ask them to donate. So if you guys get text today, either just delete it or do what you can. But starting today at 2 o'clock, I'll be doing that. And my team, all the board members we get into teams. And just to kind of say who's got bragging rights, who raised the most money. So if you want to donate, and this is not misspelled, because I actually sent an email yesterday when I got this link. I said, you guys misspelled charity. No, that's the name of the company. It's Charity, CHARIDY, MMF25.
MMF. And it's charity, Doug, not charity. That's why Iggy's talking about this with a D.
Yeah, I did hear that.
Yeah, and I'm a terrible speller, but I saw that and I sent an email back. I said, I think we misspelled charity. And no, that's the name of the website is charity, CHARIDY.com/MMF25/404. 404 is the name of my team. So if you use that link, it will go toward our team total. So once again, charity, CHARIDY.com/MMF25/404.
And the MMF is for Megan Meyer Foundation, not male, female.
Yeah, the more popular.
Clarifying.
Okay. All right.
Doug got a responsibility
Right.
to follow up.
On this show, yes.
A lot easier than typing out .com/Megan Meyer Foundation, Doug. So we just abbreviate it.
I see.
I think it was the right call. Now I think you're making a good case though on the misspelling of charity. CHARID. D is in Doug.
Right.
Y.
D is in Doug. Y.
How about that,
Doug?
And I'm the only one on the board that would think MMF stand for something else.
Didn't you guys just do the brick and mortar, like the ribbon cutting?
We did a few weeks ago. What a great turnout, too. And that's where a lot of these donations have come from, especially when we make a Gobble Bowl. We got to build our own little center. We have our old building was kind of old and, a couple of offices and no place for, that we started our counseling center. We had no place for counselors to meet people. So we just we bought this building in St. Charles and refurbished everything, and now there's rooms for the kids to go out and play and to relax and a great atmosphere. And we got 3 or 4 different offices for counselors to come in. We pay for all the counselors. They don't pay for anything. We pay the counselors. So, it's a great little place and a lot of media attention, a lot of donors and people came to see the building. And, it was a fun day. Even Louis came out. Louis from the Blues came out.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah.
And there might be some people who aren't sure exactly what the Megan Meyer Foundation does. Can you give us a quick refresher on that?
Yeah, Doug. Megan took her own life after being bullied on MySpace and at school. And as it turns out, the person who befriended her on MySpace and became her friend and then turned on her and said, nobody likes you, you're a terrible person, why don't you kill yourself? It ended up being a lady who lived down the street pretending to be a little boy who didn't like the family. So Tina started the foundation to bring awareness to bullying and childhood suicide and teenage suicide. And I've been on the board for over 16 years. The foundation started 17 years ago. So, yeah, it's Tina's saving a lot of lives, and she is a tremendous person, has to relive that day every day. She goes out and speaks, and so we do what we can. And today is a day that we're just going to spend 24 hours honoring Megan Meyer Day and hopefully raise some money.
Good for you, Iggs. I know I might pick on you a little bit here and there, but good for you. God bless you for making this part of your life's work.
Oh, Martin, you can pick on me. Everybody picks on me, and I pick back. I mean, I'm called a bully. So, I mean, people say to me, how do you
get a
work
little
for
banty at
foundation when
times,
all you do is
Iggs?
bully people? I said, no.
You get a little worked up.
You can get banty and not be bullied.
Doug, think about that. You can get banty, but not
be bullied.
Think about it.
Yeah, I'm not mean-spirited to people and tell them to do things. I just, call them an idiot. But
Well, it's a kinder, gentler world we're living in. Doug, just call him an idiot sometimes. Be done with it.
I'm a kinder, gentler bullier.
What is the website one more time, Iggy?
Charity, CHARIDY, D with a Doug, as in Doug, not charity, CHARIDY.com/MMF25/404. And everything you donate goes to us. We don't have any expenses to take out. So, and again, somebody may be kind to donate $1,000. Guess what? You just donated $4,000.
There you go. How about that?
And your name will go up on our big board that we keep track of for the next 24 hours. And give a big donation, times that by 4, you may be on the top of the leaderboard.
It's I'm up on the website right now. It is charity with a D as in Doug.com/MMF25/404. 404 is Iggy's team, as today is Megan Meyer Day, and a chance to support a charity that has been close to the show for a number of years, just like Iggy. And we will always love the great Ken Iggy Strode. Iggy, wonderful to hear you on the program. Thanks for calling in, brother, and thank you for all the work that you continue to do with the Megan Meyer Foundation.
Well, that's nice of you to say, Tim. And don't forget Gobble Bowl, November 22nd. Everybody come out and hang out. And one more thing I will promote that we've never done before. And somebody asked me this the other day, said, how come, or a few weeks ago, how come you don't have any sponsors for Gobble Bowl? I said, it's a good question. I don't know why. And
should have figured that out a few years ago.
Maybe I didn't want to do the work.
Oh, okay. That's not
There's a
surprising.
common theme here.
Yeah. Again, asking for money, which hey, I need a bobblehead, but I don't mind doing that. But so we decided, let's do it, because some guy called the foundation and said, I want to sponsor $1,000 to Gobble Bowl. So I said, hell, people are already spending money. We didn't even mention anything. So if you go to Mega Meyer Foundation, not another website, it's pretty easy though, megameyerfoundation.org/Gobble Bowl. You can see the sponsor packages up there. So if anybody wants to become a sponsor, you can do that too. But don't worry about that today. Just worry about the charity.com thing.
There it is, Ken.
Okay.
Iggy Strode. Iggy, great to have you on the program again, man. We'll talk again soon, brother.
Thanks, boys. Love you guys.
All right, Iggy.
Love you, Iggy. Thank you, Iggy. Love you. Was that Johnny Weir? Is Johnny Weir figure skater? And then he became...
He and Iggy very tight. Very, very tight.
Yeah, right there. Mm-hmm. You can call it as well, 314-974-0101, the website, charity.com/MMF25/404 is Iggy's team. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. A wonderful opportunity here for TMA listeners to make some money. Here we go with the Psychiatric Care and Research Center. With 40-plus years in practice and 20-plus years conducting clinical research trials, Dr. John Canale completed his psychiatric residency at Washington University, where he also served as chief resident, and he is conducting a clinical study here for St. Louisans. PCRC is seeking volunteers ages 18 and older for upcoming clinical research trials. The current studies include anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Compensation will be provided for both your travel and for your time, and your travel is to O'Fallon, Missouri. That is where it is taking place. If you are interested, you have two options. You can call 636-244-3593. That's 636-244-3593. Or you can go online at pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com. It's the Psychiatric Care and Research Center conducting a clinical research trial. If you are interested, pcrc-stl.com.
Now the world don't.
Oh, Doug. A man is born, he's a man of means. They got nothing but... Greatest television show of all time?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
It was fine. It's fine little comedy. It was the greatest of all time. I don't think so. I don't know what it would be.
Webster?
No.
Same genre.
No. All in the Family was a great one. MASH was great. I just don't think different story. Half the cast wound up behind bars, didn't they?
Well, that's not a factor, Doug.
Thank you, Martin.
Still good television.
Okay.
Important television.
Well, I don't know how important it would have been. But if you like it, if that was your thing, fine. You go ahead and watch it.
Okay. And why do we play that?
Do I need an excuse to play?
No,
Thank you, Jackson.
no.
Good for you. Fight back.
Jeez. So fancy over there. I thought maybe it was somebody's birthday.
It's Angela Lansbury's birthday.
Exactly.
She
That's
was
what
She
it
was
is.
one of the
different
maids. It was a Mrs. Garrett and then Angela Lansbury.
That's just a little fact for you.
She's no longer with us.
She
right?
died.
Yeah, I thought so.
Martin, watch this. Murder. She wrote.
That's the best.
Doug, the Blues had a rough one last night. Jeremy Rutherford didn't really pull any punches, even though it's 4 games in. That JR, not messing around. How about this?
What do you say?
Forget for a moment that those still left at Enterprise Center late Wednesday night were standing on their feet cheering when the Chicago Blackhawks scored. Forget for a moment about the Let's Go Hawks chant echoing throughout the building. There will be games when you fall to your rivals, even get shellacked. And Wednesday was one of them for the St. Louis Blues. The Blackhawks put up an 8 spot on the Blues and an 8-3 thumping. But let's forget about this embarrassing loss and ask an honest question that encompasses all 4 games the Blues have played so far this season. What is wrong with this defense? And while we don't need to make the disclaimer every time, we will make it this time. The defense includes everyone in all strengths. The Blues are giving up 4.25 goals per 60 minutes, which is the 5th most in the NHL. And they have surrendered 4.28 per 60 at 5-on-5, which is the 2nd most in the league. Furthermore, they've given up 12.54 high danger chances against 60, which is the 8th most in the league, and 2.75 high danger goals against in 60, which is the 2nd most in the league. It's a roster chock full of veterans up front and on the back end, and has a goaltending tandem that's believed to be one of the best in the league, and yet you'd never know it with the Blackhawks, who had scored a total of 10 goals in their first 4 games of the season coming into town and putting up 8. Jeremy Rutherford in The Athletic this morning, and he gets more into details as the column goes on. That is what we call recommended reading.
Right. I guess you could try to write it off as a small sample size, too, just horrendous games, unusually bad games to start will skew the stats. But then the question is, why were they so bad?
But the other part of it is, in one of the wins, it took Joel Hofer having to, what do you say, stand on his head?
And spit wooden nickels.
On Saturday in Calgary for them to survive that.
Yeah. Well, those games are going to happen where you need your goalie to play well. But the 5-0 and 8-3, I mean, hopefully those will be the 2 most lopsided games they play all year. And we've had them here in the first week and a half of the season. It's hard to explain that on home ice, no less.
You have to admit that was a sick pass from Hofer, though. That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig, who liked the pass.
Yeah. Well, it wound up not just in the net, but in the back of the net. That's what the analysts say. It's the puck's going to wind up in the back of your net.
Ooh. We have Daddy Padre, who's inside the room, who texts into the show.
Not, he isn't.
And now we have a coach. I can tell you what's wrong with it. I coach hockey for 17 years. I was at the game last night. The defense is down lower than the forwards most of the time, so that means there's a forward at the top, and he's getting his ass handed to him by forwards. He's not a defenseman. He's a forward. The defense wants to play offense. I guess that's their new style, but it's not working. That's 13 goals given up at home, and in 2 games. Ouch. That's from the 870. I don't know who that is. I could see it being Mikey O.
Could have been Toe Blake.
Jackson's attracted to Lindy Ruff. This could be interesting if he has now decided to reach out directly to the show.
Lindy Ruff's about 70 years old, perhaps.
You judging my...
No, you
May, December romance.
do you.
That's exactly right.
Papers.
Thank you. Just trying to live
It
my
is true
truth.
on games where the goalie gets lit up, and Hofer was bad. But you can look at other pieces, too, and say, boy, the defense didn't help him at all. Or that happens a lot on some of the Bennington games. There were games maybe 2 years ago, he'd give up 5 goals, and we'd say, man, if it weren't for Bennington, it would have been 7 or 8. So I think there's something to what JR is saying.
Lindy Ruff's only 65. Don't ever age out my king again.
Oh, you're king.
Age out my king, Lindy Ruff.
You are a
Could be the title of the
wordsmith.
segment, Chairman Kurt.
Yeah.
Wordsmith.
His wife's name is Gay Ruff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it was the
Lovely
reverse.
couple.
You can
So
nudge
her
her out of the
driver's
way.
license says rough gay. What it says?
Yeah, likely.
The 870 is spot on, so there's support for Lindy Ruff from Magic Beans. 870 is Northeast Arkansas. Doug, that's from Craig O'Neill.
What do they know?
Hockey hot
Yeah, what do
there.
they know about?
They know
what do
their
they know
puck.
about puck there.
Usually a good southern town has some kind of minor league hockey team.
Yeah.
And then the guys just fight all the time.
Like the Hanson
correct.
brothers.
Yeah. Cam Jansen told me when he went over and played in the UK, all they wanted to see him was just everybody fighting the whole time. Timmy, dude, I can only handle so much of it. It's every night. It's like 10 brawls a game, dude.
How does Cam not swear on the air? Because if
Why
you
not swear on the air? These are two fascinating questions. I don't
yeah,
have the
but
answer to.
his use of salty language way extends past what you and I do. Every other, and if you've heard the Cam and Strick podcast, every other word starts with F. God bless Cam. Friend of the show, much like Iggy, a lot of people enjoyed hearing Iggs.
Absolutely, of course. He's always a friend of this program. You better believe it, brother. Stop the complaining. We are only a point out of the wild card in Cardinal logic. We are very much in this. That's from Snoozy, Doug, who's monitoring the wild card standings in the NHL.
Yeah, it'd be too early to say, nope, not going to happen this year. It's folded in. No. They got a good team. As far as the defensemen wanting to play offense, it's not like they have a whole lot of offensive-minded rear guards. I guess Parayko, maybe. He's a good offensive weapon. Fowler made a good move at the net last night, almost had a goal. But the other guys seem to be more of the stay-at-home type defensive first defenseman.
Chicago scored 3 quick goals after Kyrou bricked into their wide-open net. That's from Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer, and Jordan Kyrou taking heat.
Okay, everyone's taking heat now. Well, when you lose that bad, there's a lot of heat to go around, I suppose. But we'll get this thing turned around, and we will play good hockey under Kurt Warner.
I think they'll be fine, Doug. Is that what you're saying? I think they'll be fine.
I have to tell you, and I was...
You disagree?
No, not at all. I'm still super high on the team, but this has been a little odd. I will say that. I mean, again, you're talking about, is my math correct, 1/20th of the season, 1 point,
4 out of 82.
Are they playing 84 next year? Is that what it is? For some reason, you really need those extra 2 games.
But it is a little disconcerting.
Yeah, if you'd lost 2 home games, but it was 3-2, 4-3, like whatever, it happens. But you're right, the way they've lost these 2 home games,
And
13-3.
The win on Saturday, and hey, I mean, I was down in Columbia watching the Missouri game, but went back to watch it. Joel Hofer was out of control good in that game against Calgary. So that speaks to the numbers that JR presents regarding the scoring opportunities that their opponents have had. I mean, some really, Doug, do you call them glorious scoring opportunities?
Yeah, absolutely glorious.
And that's gotta change. So you get a couple days off, and then you get the Dallas Stars. So you will immediately be put to the test. It's a home game, no flight out to Alberta, right back at it. And I will be anxious to see their response. Again, 5th game of the season. But if, and you're going up against a great team, if you see some kind of carryover, that would be concerning. Vitali, who will be with us on Friday, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, was saying sometimes you just rather get blown out, as weird as it might sound, because then you can focus on what went wrong, correct it, as opposed to if you play a game and you lose a close game, you might think, okay, everything was all right. A game like this, and I mean, being outscored 13-3 at home forces you to really look at it and commit to making sure that you correct it. So, for example, what was the big complaint after the loss to the Wild? The boys didn't go to the net. What did they do in Calgary and Vancouver, Doug? They went to the net, and they got some goals in, do you call them the dirty areas or the greasy areas?
Greasy areas, dirty areas, yeah, whatever.
So let's see what we see on Saturday. And again, it's not like they're going up against the Sabres. They're going up against the Stars. Let's see what happens. I will be anxious to see. Because, again, early in the season, but like you said, Martin, this is a little concerning with the way it's gone down.
The JR Fun with Math. 2 home games for the Blues. They've given up 13 goals on just 50 shots. The Wild scored 5 goals on 21 shots. Blackhawks scored 8 goals. That's just hard to... 8 goals on 29 shots. Bennington giving up 6 out of 28 shots. Hofer 7 out of 22. That's some really, really bad.
And we hear often how much they love their goaltenders and think they're one of the top 10.
But he even said it, Monty said it
post
post-game, too. I think they still feel good about those two, but that's a bad look in those 2 games. Doug, I'm going to call Saturday a litmus test.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the Stars are coming in.
Well, I'm planning to be at the game, so I might
you're
take
going.
a piece of
Oh, it's all
chalk
right.
and do some X's and O's work
Doug
with
will
the
be
club.
there. Are you signing? Or?
So you're not going to watch Missouri and Auburn?
I'm probably on my phone.
Okay.
Is that okay?
You can do whatever you like.
Okay.
Seems like Jackson's a little pissed, though.
I know.
No. Pro Liberty.
Wouldn't you rather go to a Blues game than watch Mizzou and Auburn on TV?
Is that a real question?
Oh, is that a clown question, bro?
Man.
I think people know where I stand on it.
I think the majority of people, that's actually a good question. I think the majority would want to go to a live sporting event. Blues games are great in person unless they give up 13 goals in 2 games.
Let me put it to you this way. This is how I would answer the question. And Doug's trying to get me to run for office in the midterms, and I'm not.
You refuse.
2028. So I don't care how popular this will be. If the Missouri football game, which I realize is not possible, or a Blues playoff game at the same time, and I'm watching Missouri football regular season or going to a Blues playoff game, I'm going to a Blues playoff game. 5th game of the season, I'm watching the Missouri football game. If that's popular, wonderful. If it's not, I will take some time away. Doug, I know you were going to take some time away. Martin, you're going to take some time away.
There's not going to be anybody here left.
Jackson.
Sorry, Tim, I don't have the copy in front of me.
The Plowhawk will come in. No, that's where I am on that.
Yeah, I mean, the Mizzou game has way more
12.
significance, for sure.
But you can watch it on your phone.
Yeah, you can do both, Doug.
Yeah.
Both. Well, if you got YouTube TV, well, I guess with the hockey, you can't do
Yeah, it
that,
wouldn't
though.
work.
Wouldn't work.
Yeah, you can't multi-view that one.
Yeah. Well, sounds like
I'm a little down on
Jackson's-
that multi-view.
Uh-oh. You doing a live read?
Well, it's small. It's really small,
Yeah.
you know? But I do like how you can now build out your own custom.
You can build out your own custom multi-view. I like that
For
big
the
time.
Ryder Cup, that was huge because you could have Ryder Cup and then like 2 college football games. So that was great. But it's much small. I just need a bigger television, I guess.
Take my call. That's from ADM 2223. Chairman Kurt, is somebody on hold? Let me see. I got to
2
see the
people.
text because sometimes Chairman Kurt.
So it's 2025, and we're at a great radio station, and Tim finds out who's on the phone lines via a text to your personal phone.
That's correct.
Okay.
And most of the time, I'm not looking at my phone. It's actually over here to my left. And I see that Chairman Kurt has texted me. Big Al is on hold, as is Shrewsbury Seminary student Doug. To Sadie Hawkins. Who do you want on the Callier and Thompson phone lines?
I feel like Big Al's a Hall of Famer, so we should go with him first.
That's saying Shrewsbury Seminary student is not, though, just so you know.
Well, he needs to retire for 5 years.
Okay. Big Al, good morning. You are on 101 ESPN with Doug Vaughn.
Sorry, Shrewsy, I just clipped your bushes. You want answers? I got answers. An old goaler. I was a goaler, wasn't I, Doug? I was a pillow stacker. I got a surgery last Tuesday because of it, because I was bending over too much getting a puck out of my net. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing fine. How'd the surgery go, okay?
Good, yeah, good. It was a mild procedure. Wasn't a damn thing mild about it, but that's a whole nother story. But here's a story. They're doing more flyovers in my F-15s that I used to build at Boeing. Nobody's hitting anybody. What do we got? Stop on the back? Are we taking on one of our leaders reputation, Crywoo. He skates around like he's in the ice volleys. Yeah, he's put up a couple helpers. Who cares? We pay you to shoot the puck and score the goals. And the rest of you all hit somebody because they're flying in like my F-15s on a bombing run through Palestine. God love those poor people, And it's just wrong. You got to hit people. You got to slow them down. You got to put some fear in people. And E-Bug's right. We're all trying to play offense. You're there to play defense. If you get a chance, take it and go score, okay? But your job is to defend me. Otherwise, I'm hitting you with my own stick. Somebody better help me out here. I'm not out here alone. All right? Are you on their side or my side? Block the puck or get out of the way.
Oh.
So hit somebody, skate, boy, skate, and we'll be okay.
Yes, skate, boy,
Go ahead,
skate.
Truzy. Back to you.
Oh,
There it is.
and what did Cairo have to do with the F-15?
He's gone.
Oh. Okay.
There's a lot going on there, and I'm not sure I know what it all meant. But toughen up, Blues.
Right.
In
Cryroo,
short.
did you catch that?
Cryroo, yeah. He had some material. Might have been written out.
You think that was a written out
I don't
take?
know. He rifled through it pretty quick.
Doug, here's the Shrewsbury Seminary student.
okay.
Good morning, Shrewsbury Seminary student.
Hello, Shrizzy.
You guys there?
Yes, we're here. Are you?
Yeah. Hey, I just called in to say my friend is on hold, and I want you to take his call. It's like a 314, and then it's a 2, I think 2. Are you seeing that, Jackson?
For heaven's
I see we
sakes.
have one other person on hold.
Who is this guy?
Yeah. Take that
Are you
call.
using
I'm
your
gonna hang
call
up.
to get someone else on?
Yeah, he said he's been on hold for 30 minutes. I said I'll handle it. So I got a call coming in. I got a meeting. I got to go. Take that call, though.
Heaven's sakes.
So Shrewsbury Seminary student letting us know about another call.
Called in to tell us that somebody was on the other line.
I guess we have to take it now, don't we?
I believe that is that's in your contract. That's correct.
Okay.
Good morning, 3142. Chairman Kurt, do I need to look at my... Okay.
Yes. Hello, guy.
Hello?
Yes, hello, gal.
No, my name's Mason.
Okay, guy.
Yeah, I wanted to call in and get some advice about my stepdad.
Okay.
Yeah, he's typically listening, but right now he's sleeping on the couch. So I told him I didn't have school today, so I'm at home. I needed some advice. He listens to this show like all the time, and he's like my stepdad. So he's like my mom's like for real boyfriend this time, if you know what that means.
Okay. And hit the whole place.
This is off to a bad start.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Mason, real quick, Mason, you said you were missing school or whatever. What grade are you in?
I'm in 5th grade.
Okay.
Yep. And I have a question, and the question is this. My stepdad's always talking about how this guy named Steven Jackson, who played for the Rams, that he was like an elite running back. And I play a lot of fantasy football, and I do a lot of prop bets with an illegal account I made offshore. And I'm working today on building a couple of bots to make some like real-time player prop bets on the weekends. But I'm trying to separate my stepdad and my real mom. And I wanted to start with the straw man argument that Steven Jackson actually isn't elite.
Okay.
Okay, pot him down. Okay. Pot him down.
Wow.
So that was...
Pot him down. Get off this station.
We're taking calls from 5th graders who have offshore accounts for gambling.
And the Shrewsbury, was that the Butter Squirrel or the
I believe it was the seminary student.
He has been suspended
How
a
long has he
period
been in the seminary?
of 2 days' time for suggesting this.
He recommended
So
the
Mason
call.
didn't get suspended. Shrewsbury Seminary student got suspended for recommending the
That's
call.
right, because he should know better.
So Mason, the 5th grader, called in.
Shrewsbury
Said he wanted to do a good straw man argument.
Gosh.
Is that going to hurt Shrewsbury Seminary students' Hall of Fame
I think
candidacy?
it does. Yeah.
I like a good straw
For
man.
him to think that would be a good call is kind of frightening.
Worst call in show history. Thanks, Crestwood Coyote, who's the brother of Eric in the Central
it may have
End,
been.
who Jackson says is attractive, but he's not attracted to.
It may have been the worst ever. Shrewsbury Seminary student, you've been suspended for your recommendation, suspended a period of 2 days' time.
Get this mother effer off the air. It's Mr. Licks.
Oh, come on. He's in 5th grade. Maybe.
Doug, you can hang out tonight at Hot Shots in O'Fallon, Illinois with Anthony Stalter and Learn. That is tonight, 6:30 to 8:30. They're calling it the Icy Hot Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, icy apple.
You like that?
Flacco and Aaron Rodgers.
That's right.
Oh, because they're
What are you
older
guys
than
doing?
he
You
is.
guys have that monkey balm or something you put on?
Tiger Balm.
Tiger Balm.
Tiger
Doug
balm.
Jackson.
Just don't put too much on it. It'll scald your neck. I'm just now over it.
Oh, my.
Tim, there was one day you were out, these guys were in there like lathering each other up with this Tiger balm.
It was hot.
It smelled.
Helps a stiff
tonight
neck.
from 6:30 to 8:30 with Anthony Stalter. Learn and Bud Light at the Hot Shots in O'Fallon, Illinois. It is the Icy Hot Bowl. A surprise guest coming up in 21 minutes. Doug and I believe it's something to do with Purdue. That's what we've determined. That's coming up. Then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, what can you tell us about Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
Well, I love the fact that it's a family-owned business, a St. Louis success story. They continue to be family-owned and operated, not a giant corporation. Seth Goldcamp's fourth generation. That means when it's your family business, you have a lot of pride in the service that's provided. And that's why they really take care of their customers. And they'll be around for years to come, so you can count on them to stand behind their work. They've got a great repair team. They come out, get the work done, not trying to sell you anything that you don't need. That's just added stress when your AC breaks. There's not a lot you could do. You're not going to get your tool belt and try and fix it. You're going to call the pros at Design Air. When they get there, they'll let you know what needs to be repaired. They'll get it done and not try and sell you something you don't need. It's been working that way for more than a century. And they're loyal. They've been with this program now, longest running sponsor of TMA. So we ask you to support them and then share a story when Design Air has come out to your home and fix the furnace, fix the air conditioning, get a little tune-up this time of year. Let us know about your experience. I'd love to hear those stories. It's designairservice.com.
There it is. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Surprise guest coming up at 9 o'clock. And we've got a little So What'd Your Grandma Think elements coming up in the next segment, Doug.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're not happy. And they're not happy with the media. So good news.
It's
We've
kind
got
of a
the audio.
theme.
We have a tender underbelly.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, is it Flea's birthday? Is it Anthony Kiedis' birthday?
It's Flea's birthday.
Flea's birthday? What do you think, Flea? Hold on, I'm going to try to workshop this.
This is the first I'm hearing of Flea.
Oh, come on.
Let's see, 20. I'm going to say 60 today.
I'll say 61.
I'd say right around it. There's a guitar in this hallway out here, and he's autographed it, but he just... It's
like script.
Yeah, it doesn't have a signature. It just says FLEA, like he filled out some paperwork. I'm going to say 59.
Today is his 63rd birthday.
63rd.
Doug ships it again.
wow.
God, this Price is Right strategy.
Yeah.
Wow. So good.
Doug, your second son is named Flea, or your third son is named
all of
Flea?
them.
Flea.
All of
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Like the
it's like
George
George
Foreman thing?
Foreman, yeah.
Big
Flea.
skunk rails. Jackson, you got the Sewage Grandma thing open?
Yeah, give me one moment here.
Oh, boy. Now
For sure it would be open and
Now
ready.
Doug's going to be pissed about it, and that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to have Doug mad.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking me for more of Offshore Mason. They're calling the kid.
Offshore Mason.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like...
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh.
Or...
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done? What's that?
And when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
That's
a clown question, bro.
Now it's time for...
So what'd your grandma think?
Just put it on a loop. Put that on the skeleton for a couple hours. I'll listen in the hallway.
All right, Jackson. Doug, the Alabama defensive coordinator, got a coaching suggestion from the media yesterday in Tuscaloosa.
Oh, did he really?
And the payoff comes at the very end when the reporter gets an invite. Take a listen.
When you're building a game plan and the other team has got a really good receiver who's 6'5", like Chris Brazil, is there any inclination to take your 6'4" corner who you were just talking about and shadow him, or does that take you out of your system when you do that?
Well, you can do some of those things for sure, but when they're going fast, it's hard sometimes to just say, hey, we're going to go trade and match corners over all the time. Some of it is based upon what type of coverage you're wanting to play. Some of it is situational based. It's not like we have one 6'4" guy and we have all 5'9" DBs other than that, right? But certainly we'll look at whatever matchups we can have. So you stop by my office afterwards and any other ideas.
Oh, gosh, right there at the end. God,
It seemed like a normal answer. I'm like, where are we going with this?
That's not. I mean,
how dare you question it?
what a great opportunity. You can go.
I wonder if he took him up on it.
Yeah, in Alabama.
I wish the reporter did take when he stopped by. And I was like, I had like a notebook.
I've long been a proponent of very tall.
Yeah, what's up?
Wide receivers.
Yeah, it's Bob with Bama Beat. Okay, come on in, Bob.
Doug, you want like a 7'2" receiver,
Absolutely.
right?
Every team ought to have one guy who wasn't quite good enough for the NBA to play at receiver, 6'8", 6'10", can jump, 12 feet into the air and throw the ball. Lob it up. Here you go. Alley-oop. Got it. First down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan Lanning also not happy. Doug, Wednesday, he's getting ready for that matchup that you've kind of been waiting for. Rutgers. Fly across the country, I think about 6 hours from Eugene to Jersey, take on Greg Schiano's bunch, and he was ready to talk Rutgers. Unfortunately, the Eugene media is still focused on what took place with Coach Cignetti and the Hoosiers of Indiana. Here it is.
Indiana's part in terms of simulated pressures and causes confusion up front then.
You guys know we're playing Rutgers, right? We did Monday press conference already. But go ahead.
But
you watch Rutgers?
Not as heavy as simulated pressure. I'm saying in future games, starting this week and the rest of the season, where do you feel the corrections are this week to what happened last week?
We corrected them. Yeah, we corrected them on Monday. Any other Indiana questions? They played really good, guys. They played really good. They had a better plan than us, and we played that game last Saturday.
Got nicked again.
Dan Lanning.
It's hard to ask a good question. It's
tough.
He's getting increasingly edgy, isn't he? Like I think
he's kind of an edgy guy, I would say.
But he seems like he's getting a little more.
He'll run it up on you, Martin. He'll run it up on you.
Howdy, will he ever?
He will. You think Greg Schiano's got something for him on Saturday night in Piscataway?
It's a long trip.
Sounds like Jackson's taking Rutgers.
I'm not touching
Is this
this.
Scarlet Night season?
I'm not touching the Scarlet Knights.
If you can't play because the plane ride was a little long, you're a little soft.
Let me tell you, North Carolina is only a 10-point dog to Cal on a Saturday night across the country. UNC is so bad, and they have to take that long-ass flight and play late at night. I don't see a world where they cover that number.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't see that game being at night. Oregon is minus 17.5 at Rutgers, for the record.
I want Rutgers to win, and then I want the media to say, Coach, all the questions will be about this loss. We are not going to bring up last week's loss.
That at 9:30 p.m. on tomorrow night. It's a Friday night game.
Ah, that's what you want. You want these Friday night games.
Not with if it features North Carolina, you've already lost.
We've
It's
got
already bad.
the Two Foxes got that Nebraska, Minnesota. It's not a bad Friday. Till check out your next Penn State coach.
PJ Fleck or Matt Rule?
Matt Rule.
Well, either one.
Fleck, can you imagine if they hired PJ Fleck?
They've also got
think that would
Louisville,
go
Miami
great.
Friday night.
Yeah.
But if you're North Carolina, I'm sure they'll fly probably Thursday morning.
Like
get
right
there,
now?
Yeah, that would be today. Get there at 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And relax. They go and see the stadium. Usually they walk around the field. At least they used to all the time the day before. And then they got all day to get ready. I can't believe the flight would have anything to do with whether they win or lose.
Their most recent games, Doug, they lost to UCF 34-9. Then they lost to Clemson 38-10.
That's just because they suck. I don't think it's because of the airline flight.
Not going great. They lost to TCU 48-14.
They're a terrible team. I don't doubt it. I'm saying I don't think they could blame a flight that was too long.
Jackson, are you saying to unload the bankroll on the Cal Gordon Bears? Marshawn Lynch?
I'm just saying if you want to get your weekend off to a good start.
To lay a little base to go heavy on Diego Pavia against that little Southern Belle from South Boston, Brian Kelly.
The best thing with sports gambling is if you hit on a Thursday night game or a Friday night college game and it sets you up in the black for Saturday.
Now we've got some operating capital, Doug.
Because you don't want to be betting scared.
No.
You know, scared money don't make money.
Shouldn't do that. Scared money don't make. You don't have to speak in broken English to make your point.
Fair. Very fair, Doug. Thank you for keeping me in check.
Okay.
On point.
Just to let you know, Jackson, the Cal Golden Bears lost 34-0 to San Diego State.
That's okay.
Right.
UNC is so bad like that, and I just don't think the motivation's there.
Doug, how do you want to handle this with our bankrolls and this Cal Golden Bears play we've been given?
You think I watch a lot of California Golden Bear football to have any idea what they're going to do? I don't. All I know is this flight is so darn long, North Carolina, that I'm a prayer.
But that's some, like, I've
Don't
been
have
looking
a prayer?
at.
Is that how you said
with
it?
ACC and Big Ten games, like teams having to travel that long.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is something to that. That's a long travel day.
Do we have Belichick in the predictionary? I think we have.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Whether
I bet if he's back next year. Let me
I've already forgotten what I said.
You guys both were saying he would be back, and I was really surprised by that.
Did I?
I definitely said, but yeah, will Bill Belichick be the coach of the UNC Tar Heels this time next year? Doug said yes. Tim said no. Martin said no, and I said yes.
Oh, Martin
okay,
said
good.
no.
So Tim and I said no. You and Doug said yes.
Yes. I think he's so stubborn that he will not leave.
Yeah, I wouldn't think he'd quit after.
If he is to leave, it would be UNC saying, get out.
And he's having some luck dating some of the sorority girls there, too.
Brett Bielema wraps things up on, this isn't necessarily so what your grandma think, or is it, Jackson?
It is not.
It's just fun with audio.
It's just fun with audio.
This is like good-hearted.
ILL.
Had so many people. Listen, I needed to pick me up Sunday, Monday, right? And I happened to be in a JUCO, Mississippi, right? And a guy was from Danville, Illinois, that recruited Brad Underwood, if you can believe that. He's a basketball coach. So I was in visiting the football coaches. He's like, Coach, you got 10 minutes? So I went over to the basketball offices and saw a gentleman who was from Danville, Illinois, and just to hear him talk about watching the games right now from where he's at and what, like, it just warms my heart, right? And, bump into people. I was able to sneak away today. I had my youngest daughter gave a animal report. She was a kangaroo today at class, and I learned more about a kangaroo last night in her audition and today live than I'd ever known about kangaroos. So I've been in the community a little bit here, and to hear people say things to me that they've never been able to have in the last 15, 20, 25 years, that means a lot. So on the back end of a little bit of disappointment, a little bit of love like that goes a long way.
What was he talking about?
I didn't entirely follow, but I enjoyed
recruiting
it.
trip to a JUCO.
He was
It was
talking
in
about
Mississippi.
He was talking about needing a pick me up.
But
Coach
the
from Danville.
guy from Danville was basically saying he had trouble watching the games. Or
No, he enjoys watching the game.
games.
Yeah, this was supposed to be warm. This is supposed to be good-hearted audio here.
His daughter's a kangaroo.
Well, she read a report at school. I got that part.
Right.
People are excited about ILL. They made him feel good. I do feel bad for Illinois. They're done. They got 2 losses. It's to Ohio State and Indiana.
Right.
And it's like they're done. Well, they've lost to Ohio State and Indiana.
If they win out, I don't think they're done.
I think the Indiana loss is going to really smart.
I understand that. I said this at the tail end of yesterday's program. I feel like, and I don't know how this happened, but I guess it kind of speaks to how we were talking in the 7 o'clock hour on the Shildt thing, that things get parroted that aren't necessarily accurate, and then they become truths because they're passed around social media or message boards, that if you're a 2-loss team from the Big Ten or the SEC, that you're automatically in the playoff. And I do not think all 2-loss teams are created equal. You've got to have more signature wins, and I think you could see a 9-3 get in with more signature wins than a 10-2 that doesn't have one. So, Illinois certainly got it handed to them by the Hoosiers, and it really wasn't all that competitive, if we're going to be honest, about what took place Saturday in Champaign. I don't think Illinois fans were trying to spin it otherwise, for the record, but I'm not sure that it's done. The issue for Illinois is, where's the signature win going to come from? I guess they need USC to continue on, and that would be their signature win. But they've got at Washington after this week off against Rutgers, who Jackson is parlaying with.
No,
California.
I'm not touching the Scarlet Knights.
Maryland, at Wisconsin, and against Northwestern.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a real chance Illinois goes 10-2.
Yeah, I just think I think there's a lot of similarities to Mizzou last year. If they would have gone 10-2, but their losses.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. But they didn't lose to 2 playoff teams.
Sure, no doubt.
There's a couple of teams that could be on the fringe of the playoffs that are both undefeated right now. Georgia Tech and BYU, both 6-0, play a really soft schedule. Both got one tough game. Georgia Tech's got Georgia, BYU's got Texas Tech, but both those teams could very easily finish 11-1 and cause problems for a team like Illinois to get in.
All right. Well, we'll talk about it with our surprise guest.
Yeah, surprise
Gene
guest
Katie
coming
will,
up.
Gene Katie will break it down.
That's correct, Gene Katie, surprise guest coming up next year on TMA 101 ESPN.
I guarantee you there's a Schnucks in your neighborhood. When you're stocking up for the weekend, getting groceries, you can save money by using that Rewards app. And just by going into the store, you already know that the price has been marked down, over 2,300 items. I always talk about the friendly butcher staff. You're out grilling. This time of year, man, we've had an extended grill season. They'll give you some suggestions. You want to try something new. Always a friendly staff there that give you some great ideas. You also get the additional savings when there's the digital shelf tag that will note when things have been reduced even more, doing their best to try and save you money. Get that Rewards app, and when you check out, you also find out how many dollars you have in your account. You can cash it out or just let it build up over time. Use the Rewards app for delivery. Schnucks delivers, curbside pickup, all of it available by getting that Schnucks Rewards app. Stop by and save money while doing your shopping. It's everyday savings you can count on at your neighborhood Schnucks.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Thursday night football action right here on 101 ESPN, Bengals and Steelers. Pre-game at 6:30, kickoff at 7:15 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
Tim, you guys love it when we tee up a guest.
Yeah.
Someone that you want to hear from.
Yeah.
Adventure, I would say that you need to hear from, but you guys just don't even know who it is. Caller, who's on the line today?
Hi, this is David, someone that lives around a bunch of baseball fans where nobody likes me at all.
David Freese.
It sounds like D. Freese.
Well, but he lives around. Oh, is this a Texas reference?
That's a Texas reference.
That's
yeah.
David Freese.
Well, you do have a distinct voice, D. Freese.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard any Sean Penn Spicoli comparisons before?
Spicoli.
Maybe in a former life.
Well, that's what, Tim, next week I'm going to get Spicoli to call in. Then you'll be really confused.
Yeah, Sean Penn. What's going on, man? You down in Austin?
No, I just landed in St. Louis this morning. Took that early flight, so just hanging out up here for a couple days. Got Isaac Bruce's foundation event tomorrow night. So how are you guys doing?
We're good. It's great to hear from you. This
Yeah,
D.
you too.
Freese, man, he's good people is what he is, Doug.
Yeah.
He's great.
And can't quit us. He keeps coming.
When I'm not hiding, right?
Well, yeah, but I understand the hiding. Are you like wearing a hood and sunglasses and like pantyhose over your head when you walk through St. Louis?
Oh no, I mean just me in general.
Oh.
But it's good to hear you guys' voices.
Well, I've been doing hosting the Isaac Bruce event for years, and a couple years ago it was Warren Sapp, last year Marshall Faulk, and this year Tiffany's like, it's David Freese. I said, what? And she said, yeah, Isaac always wanted to have him on, and then they reached out, and my theory, and I don't know the answer, but my theory is Freese grew up a Rams fan. I was like, hey, this would be kind of fun. I think they're really excited to have you.
Yeah, it'll be good. I think I met Isaac Bruce years ago, but haven't really been around him too much. And I got a bunch of buddies that have been to that event, and they loved it every time they go. So it'll be cool. How long have you done it? You've done it since the beginning?
I think, more than 10 years. And when Isaac was a player, we didn't get a lot out of him as a media guy. And then once he retired, he's actually a real smart ass and funny. And he cracks on me the whole time. And it's great. It's a very, very laid back event too. But my theory was, so you would have been probably when they were good, you were a kid.
So what they had, they were like 99 to 01 or that run. I was in the smack in the middle of high school.
And did you go to games?
Yeah, I did. I went to a good amount. Never went to a playoff game, but we always obviously had all those house parties going on during the playoffs and stuff. So that was because it kind of knocked us all over. You know how they took off with the greatest show on turf or whatever they called it, and it was crazy. It was fun to see.
Did you play football? And I know a lot of guys played every sport.
No, I didn't. I just played baseball, tried to play some basketball. That was it. But I should have played hockey.
Baseball worked out pretty well for you.
Yeah, it did good.
Why would you say you should have played hockey? Are you playing now? Do you start skating? What's going on?
No, I would skate back as a kid. I had buddies that played hockey. I kind of just followed the crowd and played basketball. I wasn't too good at that, and I think I would have had a lot of fun with hockey.
Now, do Rangers fans, if you get noticed or somebody says, hey, that's the guy on the Cardinals over there, have you heard any guff from the Ranger fans?
Yeah, I get it every now and then. I think the older I get, the further away 2011 gets, people don't recognize me as much. But no, I mean, Rangers fans, Astros fans, kind of equal down in Austin, but you go play golf or anything like that, or you're somewhere for long enough in a restaurant or whatever, there's baseball fans everywhere, and somebody's gonna kind of recognize you because they hate me so much. So, if you're just some ball player, maybe you can get through there, but a lot of emotions, I guess, from that. So I just tell them they got one finally so they can relax.
Yeah, that is true. They got one.
The old video from the from Game 6, 2011 pops up on my phone every now and then. I can't help but watch the whole thing all over again. Do you ever do that? Do you ever go back and watch that?
Yeah, I do. I haven't in a while, but there's times that it pops up, and I'll definitely sit through it and watch it. You always notice something different. My kids are getting older. My boys are 7 and 5, and so they're, they understand from other friends' parents or this and that, or them asking about it, and I'll show them some stuff. They're starting to kind of, they obviously understand what happened, and it's cool when the kids start to realize what like 50,000 people in the seats actually means. We took them to the U.S. national exhibition game, soccer game against Ecuador last Friday, and so they got to kind of experience that. And talk about, how fans come and watch it and root you on or boo you to death. But, no, it's cool. It's cool to see those highlights every year when it pops up.
David Freese, our surprise guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. How old are your kids now, David?
So Kai is 7, Kato is 5. Those are my 2 boys. And then Sway, our little girl, is 2.5. She's trying to get in the toilet right now. So,
oh my.
It's unbelievable.
Well, that's kind of well. This show's kind of known for that.
Yeah, it's metaphorical.
Metaphorical. There's people.
We all have problems. Right?
It was at the first of all, and David was back for the Tony La Russa event, and he could attest to this. The best part to me was Joe Buck harassing Tony to sit down and stop wandering.
I mean, that was the definition of wandering. He was walking Joe in circles. For whatever reason, but Tony looked good. He was doing well. He was having a fun night.
And Joe would say, sit down. And Tony kept looking in the audience because all the players, and he's like, yeah, I was just looking, man, where's Freese? Where's he? And Joe's like, I'm going to introduce him.
Yeah.
Like,
me and Joe, we knew what we were doing at the moment. That's all that matters.
Well, and it's funny because Ozzie, we just had the 40th anniversary of Ozzie's famous playoff home run.
2 days ago.
Forever associated with Jack Buck. And I think your call is forever associated with Joe Buck. And that was kind of cool. Have you guys back sharing that moment?
Yeah, it was sweet. I was old enough, obsessed with baseball, watching, when Puckett hit that walk-off, and Jack Buck said that line. And so there's kind of that special meaning to that for Joe to pull that out of his pocket when I hit that homer. So it was, it was crazy. Being around Ozzie with all that, everyone asks me about Ozzie, and it's insane how special he is with what he can do with the Cardinals, with kind of as an ambassador to everybody in the city. He's got an endless tank, with going to events and foundation stuff and just doing stuff for fans. So it's cool. It's always great to be around Ozzie.
And Tony kept pointing out that night that. Well, go ahead, Tim. If it's
I was just going to follow up on that. I feel like we kind of take Ozzie Smith for granted in St. Louis. You know what I mean? Because you're right, David. I mean, he has been doing this. I mean, he hasn't played in St. Louis for almost 3 decades, and yet he's at the forefront of so many events, played a critical role in the PGA Championship coming here in 2018. And I feel like every other day I see he's out doing something. It really is something, like you said. I like that endless tank, Doug. I'm going to use that endless tank.
That's good. Yeah, it's good.
No, it's you can't fake that. There's guys that you play with, like Wainwright or who else? Like Justin Turner, Kershaw in L.A. Like they're doing stuff all day, and then they go be an elite ball player at night. They're just doing stuff all season. It's crazy how guys can pull it off. But yeah, I think having Ozzie around doing that stuff has been special. And he vanished. I don't know what 97 to 2012 as far as baseball. You know, and he's just kept on it off the field, and then got back into it when Matheny took over.
I was going to ask about what Tony kept bringing up. So in the 2011, which you're infamous now for your postseason run, but struggled with the Phillies, and he
famous,
said,
not infamous, but famous.
Or famous, whatever.
The infamous means he did
Martin
something
and Doug are
bad.
gonna fight, David. I'll get you
I
video.
don't know the difference.
Infamous would be like if you killed somebody or something.
No, well, it was famously famous.
Okay, that's good.
Like Tony would say, beyond. I'm like, what does
Okay.
that mean? He's like, it's beyond. I'm like, well, what beyond? All right, famously famous.
Famous.
But Tony pointed out that you struggled against the Phillies and that McGuire, they saw something. What was the adjustment there that McGuire had for you?
It was just kind of the way I was loading, just being earlier with everything. And I think that goes with a lot of hitters. Like, you watch a lot of players, kind of when they get caught or they're struggling, they're usually just not on time. And usually that means they're not early enough. And so I was definitely probably more worried about who I was facing than like what I was seeing, in a way, going off against Halladay and Hamels and Lee right away.
Yeah.
So just kind of fixed that. And then, I'm pretty sure they almost started Descalso against Oswalt, like game 4. And then McGuire, I'm pretty sure talked to Tony and said, give him one more shot, blah, blah, blah. And ended up hitting a double and a homer that game and just kind of took off from there.
Think about that, Tim.
Definitely felt the difference, yeah.
If McGuire doesn't talk Tony, like all of a sudden, maybe, you never know, sliding door, or maybe October doesn't happen.
Yeah. I mean, somebody else, we would have needed Alan Craig to do a lot more.
Well, it had to be kind of surreal as well. Again, a St. Louis guy, when McGuire came in as the hitting coach, I think it was 2010, might have been the first year, and you're on the team then, that you have to be thinking, oh my God, this guy's helping me learn freaking Mark McGuire.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been that nervous hitting a ball off a tee when he showed up in the winter. We got to hit with him a little bit in the winter, just a few of us, but just really cool because, again, we were in high school at Lafayette when he came over from Oakland, and him and Sosa went on that run, and you're going to BP, and it feels like you're it's the middle of the game. 10, 15,000 people in the seats watching batting practice. So it was cool having him a part of that run.
David Freese, our surprise guest here on TMA 101 ESPN, joining us in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. So a number of your former teammates are getting or already have jobs in the dugout as managers. Skip Schumacher, and then now Albert, with possibly going back to your former team, the Angels, and now getting mentioned reports yesterday on ESPN about him and the Baltimore Orioles. The Shredder, Nick Punto, possibly.
What's up with him?
The Twins. How about that?
Oh, really?
That's just one of those names that's out there, but that was on the front page of ESPN.com yesterday, and Yadier Molina has made it clear he's interested in it. What do you think of these guys? Did you see this when you were playing with them?
Yeah, all those guys for sure. We got to see Punto get thrown out of a game as a manager. That's what he no, that for sure. I think Albert I'll be honest, Albert kind of caught me by surprise hearing that. I think it's pretty neat how these guys don't need to be in the dugout financially. They don't need to deal with, media twice a day, dealing with players, coaching staff, all the requirements that you have as a manager or coach, and then they choose to do it. There's different ways to be around the game, and they want to kind of be in it, right in the center of it. And so I think Albert, even Yachty, it's crazy that they're kind of diving all in and wanting to manage and coach like that. So it's real cool. I'm pumped for Skip. You kind of felt like that was going to happen when he's kind of hanging around. I think who's down there, Chris Young.
Yeah.
So you're kind of thinking he's going to get the job, rightfully so. But that's cool. I didn't know Punto's gotten. Because he was with San Diego kind of messing around, or what was his...
I think he was with the Padres. I think so. Yeah, and now he's being mentioned as a replacement in Minnesota.
Yeah, very cool. So that's sweet, man. All those guys, it's just cool. When you look back, a lot of the best players ever play the game don't really return in the dugout so much. So it's neat to have that. And then you get guys... that play for a long time and really are the glue of teams like Punto. He's like, you look like a Stephen Vogt type of guy. Like everyone's just going to be drawn to him and love playing for him if he gets a job somewhere.
Would you have any interest in the gig?
I don't know. I think the time it takes to be a manager, to be a full-time coach is a heavy decision, because I know I'm somebody that would be all in, just absolutely obsessed with it. And so maybe down the road a little bit, but I think the first thing I want to do, the first thing I need to do is kind of step back into a little bit and hopefully get back in around the guys a little bit more this next year. I've talked to Haim a little bit, just briefly about spring training, and then a little bit in September. Went up to the booth and said hi to him and Mo, and just caught up. But maybe we'll catch up later on this winter and see if something happens. But just kind of in a way to get back into the game a little bit around the guys.
Another former teammate, Yadier Molina, has an announcement today at 12 p.m. Put it on his Instagram last night. I think he kicked the tires of the Cardinals again, but I think he's going to manage in Mexico. But I believe, is he living? I think he's living in Austin, right?
Yes. Yeah, he moved to Austin last year. I know he's got some youngsters playing ball. I don't know if his kid is almost. I think he's in college, so maybe he'll just stop over at UT and play there. But I don't know why he chose moved to Austin. But if he's going to do the Mexico thing, that'd be sweet, because he was about to. He wanted to maybe be a coach with the Cardinals. Is that how that?
Yeah, that's kind of 2 years ago he approached Mozeliak. It was the Wainwright retirement day ceremony, and then he came back, and then he said, man, I miss it. And he had a meeting with Mo. They talked a lot about it. Then he became a special consultant, but then nothing really came from that. But my understanding is he was pushing again this time around to join the coaching staff. And he was here a couple of times this year, and he kept saying, I really want to do this. I'm serious about it. But I don't know all the particulars, but now I heard that he's going to be coaching like in Monterey or something. I don't know. Anyway, he has a 12 o'clock, Tim, a 12 o'clock announcement.
Got it.
File it away. But if you're a former Cardinal, you just go to, when's Holiday moving to Austin?
Yeah, everybody's in Austin.
Yeah, no, that's a Stillwater guy.
You ever go to UT games?
I've been to one baseball game. I've been to a bunch of football games back like 20 years ago, but I haven't caught a football game yet. But, one baseball game, and it's fun, man. College is great. It feels like it's just like the, minor leagues professional ball. It's crazy how it's even changed in the last, 10 years.
You were speaking of the obsessive personality trait that you would get all in if you were to start managing again. I believe when we last talked, you were highly engaged with the game of golf, but I just looked up your handicap, and I haven't seen a round posted, Doug, since December of 24. So either he's sandbagging or he's gotten away from the game.
Actually,
Something's awry.
I'm playing tomorrow here. That's the first time. I'm obsessed with it, but I haven't played since December.
Wow.
Just been caught up with other stuff, and but I'm getting out there tomorrow with a few buddies before the Bruce event.
Is there any chance at all you could be convinced to accept the red jacket and become a Cardinal Hall of Famer?
I thought you were going to wait tomorrow to ask this question.
Well, I'm doing it right now.
Doug, not me.
Because that's what a lot of the texters are wondering, if you'll become a Cardinal.
I think I'm in my own way about that, and I have talked to numerous people about that. I've started to kind of answer the question a little bit when I've done some events at Busch and fans ask and stuff. I think there's times where I'm just too hard on myself about my past in a way. I think about that jacket in a way that maybe I shouldn't. So I think there could be a time. It's kind of weird me saying that, like it's my decision, but if it comes up down the road, and my brain's a little different on it, and maybe I'd just think about some things a little bit differently, that can never happen. And I'm fully aware why people think I should have it. I understand why I should have it, and the only thing I can say is that it's not because of the career I had. There's just so much stuff off the field, like how I got my butt shipped out of there. It's kind of like I didn't hold up my end of the bargain type of feeling. And so there's just those types of thoughts that I need to kind of, reprogram and fix a little bit before I think about it differently.
I feel like Tony, didn't he reach out? He really wanted you to take it.
Yeah, you know what's funny is the more people that reached out, the more I was like, no. So I think the best thing was just nobody hit me up and let me stew on it. But no, Tony reached out. We had a good talk about it. You know, other people in the organization, you know, talked to the DeWitts. And everyone was real understanding to an extent and just respected my decision. You know, I was a 40-year-old, fully capable of understanding my decisions, and so it was definitely going to be something that I wanted to do or didn't want to do. And you know, when the time comes, maybe we'll get back to it. But I know we got a couple guys coming up next year, the year after that, where everyone's really pumped for them to get in and this and that.
Yeah, I would say next summer don't do it because that'll be an Albert Yachty vehicle that year. So that might be
I figured they were coming up next year. After.
I think they're a lock, Tim. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think they're a lock.
It's a tight read. I got to tell you, man. I think
you say tight read.
You like that tight read? Yep, tight read.
I'll write that one down.
Yes.
What was our other one? Empty the tank.
What'd you say about the Wizard tank?
Tank is.
I don't remember.
Endless tank.
Okay.
It's wonderful. The short-term memory loss is just falling on hard times around here. But I think people hearing you say that, David, going, all right, man, this is number one, it's good to hear. But number two, really respect that's the thought process behind it. So, I mean, honestly, talking about reads, my read was you're just like, yeah, I just want to be in Austin and do my thing with my family and not be required to come back and kind of do the song and dance. But for you, it sounds like you're just like not proud of who you are off the field. Does that summarize it?
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that because that's exactly how I feel about it. I would love to do the song and dance as much as I act like I don't like it, guys. No, I mean, I fully understand it. I fully love it. I definitely, I think I'm kind of stepping over that line of embracing what I did and what, it's almost a responsibility. There's a lot of guys in the Cardinal system that do a lot of things for the organization. You know, everyone's getting older. Next guys need to step up and do stuff more with the city, with the team, this and that. So, yeah, it has – I mean, I understand throw the jacket on me because of the history that I am a part of. But it is completely not because of that, you know, why I kind of declined it. It's really how you know, strongly I feel about myself back then and how I didn't hold up my end of the bargain as kind of a person in a way. So no, I would love to, it hurts so much knowing, hearing from Chris Carpenter and guys like that, you know, like really wanting me to reconsider and be a part of the crew, on opening day. Like that's what was the toughest thing to think about. Cause I respect all those guys so much, but, no, I would love to put it on one day if it works out, if everyone feels comfortable about it, and just be a part of all that because I understand what it means.
But here's the thing: my counter to that, which of course, I mean, it's your life and I respect it, and you know, and none of us do. But you did turn it around, you know.
Right.
And,
right.
and I know we've talked before, and you attribute a lot of that to Marin and your wife, your family, and that. But I mean, and then there's recognition of it. So in a sense, the story, which was incredible, leading up to October 2011, but then really the back half of the story is what makes it so relatable to a lot of people who will never have the opportunity to play sports professionally. That can be inspiring. So I think that really completes the story.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying that again. Yeah, that's just, I think that part of the story is something that I got to consistently keep thinking about and, you know, think about it differently, you know, and just embrace the whole deal, you know, and, you know, we'll get there, but there's just, you know, there's a lot of things that I'm hard on myself about, but, man, this just shows like what St. Louis is all about. It's crazy. The amount of people I see all over the country still that are Cardinals fans because they're everywhere. They bring up the jacket and they just say the nicest things. So, it's a hell of a town to do this in, and I'll never forget that.
All right, final thought from me, at least. Matt Holliday is normally in this time slot Thursdays and nights, so we kind of let Freese come in and swipe his.
Yeah, it's kind of a cuck
I knew he did. I've caught your guys deal with him a little bit. He does that regularly, huh?
Yeah, he's a regular.
So
you want some of that action, Freese?
Get it. I'm a new man. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Tim, we just cut a deal.
God,
right
this
there.
is nice.
But Holiday texted me he's going to be on tomorrow. So is there anything you'd like to say? I think for a while, weren't you on scholarship? Like Matt paid for everything, and
yeah, he would take 10 guys out to dinner. He would say, he goes, anything I order is for me. You're not touching anything I order. You guys get whatever you want, but anything I order, I'm eating. So
I respect that.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It was perfect.
So Holiday was paying for 10 guys?
No, if it, between two or six, whatever,
Still
whoever.
a nice bill. Still a nice bill.
I mean, yeah, first and 15th, he was doing all right.
I got to ask this. Doug, this is housekeeping. Martin, you like logistics.
Okay.
During COVID, and I don't know if you remember this, Freese, me and you and Maroon did an interview.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've never released it. I nerd out so hard, but it's the most I've ever. I'm like, I've listened to it. Jackson's listened to it too. I'm embarrassed for myself, but to have you and Pat together talking about your experiences, it gets pretty vivid. There's obviously a lot of profanity, but I didn't want to. Maroon wouldn't give a damn about anything, but I didn't want to release this without talking with you because it's been 5 years. But you go so in depth into all of the elements of the baseball in particular. Throughout that October. Is it good to release it, or would you like me to keep it in the archives?
No, anything with Maroon, you can release.
It's time to release it, Doug. It's time to release it.
So, Tim, 5 years later,
5 years
it's going to drop.
Pat's won 2 cups since then, David.
People are going to be highly disappointed. But
So, Tim, usually people say, "Oh, my pod drops on Monday." It'll drop. So yours like, just give me 5 years,
give
kids.
Me 1,500 days, and then we'll release the Freese Maroon conversation. God bless. Martin, what a wonderful surprise guest.
Well, when I heard he was the guest for the event, and again, I think there's a limit. It's almost all sold out, but it's such a cool event because it's really laid back, and Isaac Bruce keeps coming back. The least likely to me baton carrier for the Rams franchise is Isaac. He was so low key, and yet
way.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, and that he is now. I mean, I just didn't expect it. He's like Mr. St. Louis. Cool. Goes out of his way to always mention the St. Louis Rams. That's his thing. It's such a fun event, very laid back, and it's at the Hyatt downtown tomorrow night.
God bless.
IsaacBruce.org. If you want to join us, a conversation with Isaac Bruce and David Freese. What I'll do there, Tim, is just get out of the way and let these two superstars talk. It's going to be a ton of fun.
It'll be good. Did he went to Memphis, or where did he?
Yeah, he's Memphis Tiger.
Mm-hmm. Memphis Tiger. Yeah, he was talking smack on Mizzou 2 years ago.
Yeah. Where did he grow up?
Fort Lauderdale.
So I did. And then he coached high school for like a year or two. And I swear he denies it now, but he told me this story. He was coaching the wide receivers, and some kid mouthed off and said, "Well, what do you know?"
Oh, wow.
And the best Isaac Bruce, just also that kind of quiet cockiness. When he got into the Hall of Fame, the way they would do it, they put you in the hotel rooms at the Super Bowl, and then if you get in, they knock on your door. Well, this big guy, David Baker, was the head of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, knocks on his door, and he said, "I didn't answer. I made him knock twice." He said, "Because they made me wait."
Damn.
Yeah, gangster.
He's silent assassin. Freese, great to talk it over with you, man. This was awesome.
I appreciate it, guys, very much. It was fun.
Thanks for the time, David Freese.
Cool.
Thanks, brother.
All right,
David Freese was here in the Callier and Thompson phone. Oh, Jackson cut him off, and he just went like this.
Oh,
he just
cut him off.
It was like Bo Prabula, and Doug was Marquise Johnson. Doug was over there throwing his hands up in the air.
Yeah, I guess when in doubt, go longer than shorter. My apologies.
It's all right.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
So I heard he was.
Doug's pissed though.
I didn't know he was going to be the guest, and I'm like, oh my God, he'd be perfect. He's flying in for the event. I'm like, it's October. It's time to think Cardinal memories, and he's in a great space, as you can tell.
Yes.
And he doesn't do a lot of events. It sounds like he's maybe starting to be more open to that. Right. So I think Isaac had this idea, and they reached out, and I think the Cardinal people thought, he probably, no offense, he probably just wouldn't want to do it. And I guess he said, hell yeah. Isaac Bruce, Rams. I know. So really fun. Tomorrow night, IsaacBruce.org for more information.
I mean, let me tell you something. Number one, great guest, Martin, tip of the cap. But number two, you can just tell, that's just like a guy who had, along with Maroon, but a guy, just like a guy, as is Pat, who had this incredible thing happen in his hometown. I mean, if he would have done that with the Angels or Dodgers or Pirates, it would have been insane. But to have it happen in his hometown, but he's just like a guy. I hope I'm communicating it effectively. Like, there's no errors about him. And if anything, his self-awareness is, I would say, on point, but I think it might be like an enemy of his that he's in his own head, as he said, that he's like, I'm not proud of the person I was while I'm in St. Louis, and therefore I don't view myself being worthy of the red jacket. Which I think a lot of people, as he was saying that, the text inbox was lighting up with people going, God, I'm an even bigger fan of this guy now, but put the red jacket on him, because you can tell he's just a great effing person.
He provided lifetime memories for any Cardinal fan who watched that World Series. That's probably the most exciting moment in Cardinal baseball history in the memory of probably anyone still alive. So I don't know why that wouldn't be worthy of Hall of Fame. And it is. The Cardinals have tried to give it to him. I don't think he realizes how big that moment was for so many people.
But I guess, and that's the thing, that's why I wanted to ask him about that interview. And by waiting 5 years, it turns into, Jackson, what's a film that people sat on for years and then it was released? Maybe The Irishman.
Yeah.
So then it doesn't live up to the hype. So I'm not trying to turn this into, but I mean, it's Pat and David telling some stories, and they're vivid, and obviously there's all kinds of profanity with the three of us sitting in there and just BSing. But he really gets into like breaking down the pitches that Neftali Feliz threw and how he should have walked in the bat. Was it Mark Lowe? Is that the name of the pitcher who gave up the thank you, Chairman Kurt? He really should have walked on 4 pitches. So thank God that the 4th one was called a strike. So we get into all that, along with him and Pat hanging out in Anaheim and all kinds of nonsense. But the point being, like, if he's not proud of that time, then, it's his life and his time that he gave to us to talk with us. Then I didn't want to put it out there. And I hadn't had a chance to talk to him about it to see if he was cool with it. I know Maroon doesn't care. So, yeah, we'll release it. But he is so, I guess the right word would be ashamed of that it's still in his head. What, 12 years? He got traded after 13.
13.
Yeah.
He said I got shipped out. And so he feels kind of funny now being a celebrated former Cardinal. I think La Russa tried to tell him, this is the fans choosing. This is what the fans want. This is what this whole Hall of Fame is. You can debate it all day. It's not the end of the world. It's what the fans want. That's why they get to vote. And I think it sounds like he's coming around to that idea. But again, this summer, maybe not the time to see. Next summer, you're going to have Albert and Yachty. They're already debating where to hold it because it's at that little field next door at Ballpark Village. It's not a real big space in terms of somebody suggested hold it inside the stadium, but I don't think they want to do that. So I think it's going to be one of those just packed on the street. I actually suggested that just bring in bleachers and line Clark Street with some bleachers so more people can sit and see. Nonetheless, I was glad he was willing to do it, and I figured you guys would enjoy it, and I figured some people would be like, oh, great guess.
People wouldn't like Freese?
Well, no, I'm just saying, but in general.
Because they wanted Katie?
They just complain, yeah. We'll get Gene Katie next week.
Kwame Voyukas IV, Martin, one of your nemeses. Good job, Martin. What a moment. What a moment. Wow. Doug, what a moment. Hat in hand. Oh, I just got wrapped. But I should.
Gosh,
the segment's 33 minutes.
Starts talking good about me.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Jackson just says, wrap it up.
That's interesting.
Wrap it up. You're infamous.
Program's TMA 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. It doesn't matter what your situation or what your circumstance. Auto Loan Pro is going to get you that new vehicle. Also get your credit back on track. You can get that for little to no money down, that next vehicle, and they are able to do that. get you the best rates. They can do it because they have over 50 different lenders that they're dealing with. So you get the very best financing. Really, only one thing to know when financing a car. The thing to know is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. Go online, download that free playbook we've been telling you about. It's pretty cool, explaining to you how the credit industry works. So you'll get educated and get yourself a new vehicle, and the next time around, get that car you really have in mind. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. Get online, autoloanpro.com. Easy website to navigate, pick out that vehicle. Best rates possible, little to no money down, no matter what your situation is. Really, the only thing to know is to choose the Auto Loan Pro.
Doug, do you know what this theme song is from?
I don't.
Martin, do you know what this theme song is from?
I would recuse myself because I saw it.
Okay. Let me do some hints, because I know you like guessing games. Judith Light.
Yeah, I remember the show she was on.
Danny Pintaro.
Okay, I'm saying I remember the show. I can't tell you the
Alyssa
title of it.
Milano. Tony Denver. Mona.
A producer's name just came across, and it was Bud Space Weiser.
Sick.
Producer Bud Weiser.
Gotta get him one.
Very
That's
nice.
next week's surprise guest after
nice.
Gene Katie.
I missed like 4 decades of network primetime television, working late at night.
And you're catching up on it now with The Bachelor.
Then having kids playing games, and I missed it. I missed all of Seinfeld. I missed all those shows.
What about Hunting Wives? Because Jackson did a movie boy
I saw a
good one
few
to
minutes
miss.
of that, and I said, I just can't.
Yeah, good for you, Doug.
I lost enough brain cells already.
Rough.
How dare you? That was, of course, Who's the Boss with Tony Maselli, who was a second baseman for the Cardinals, and then he took a housekeeping job.
Oh, really? Happens all the time. You only make a few $1 million as a young guy. I mean, it's hopeless. There are no other opportunities for you, and you don't have enough money. You just don't want to be homeless. So you become a housekeeper for a beautiful widow woman, right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
You know the show.
Happens all the time.
David Freese, our guest in the previous segment, a wonderful surprise guest, and enjoyed it. Major recommendation to go back and podcast if you missed it. Hell of an interview. Really enjoyed that interview. Podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. You can always go back on the YouTube channel. It's TMA STL YouTube channel. Freeze was awesome. That was about a half hour with D. Freeze there. Candidly, because we went a half hour, we're behind on breaks. Doug, we call it Honesty in Media. Okay. This is a pro-liberty show that does not kink shame.
You're still soft.
And we are soft. The media in this town is indeed soft. So we'll be playing catch up here a little bit. But you can email in. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which will be coming up in about an hour, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. And I'm 2 weeks away from Seth Goldcamp's staff coming out to do the furnace tune-up for the cold weather months. All you have to do is go to DesignAirService.com. It takes less than 2 minutes. And you schedule your furnace tune-up, and now you have peace of mind when the cold weather actually arrives that your furnace will be firing on all cylinders. I have been a Design Air client for a long time. Martin is, Doug is, and they are the longest-running sponsor on the Morning After. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. We'll take a commercial break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
Headed to old Scotland, spectacular Scotland. We're headed there with a group called Colette. That's a travel company that's been around for more than a century. So the deal is this. They've handled everything, all those details, like the flights, the meals, the hotels, local experiences. They put it all together for you. So just sit back and have fun. Leave it on June 15th, going to the historic capital of Edinburgh, checking out the castles there, the Victorian city of Glasgow, checking out the Isle of Skye, Orkney Islands, the lovely Loch Ness, the landscapes of the Highlands, all of this really cool scenery and setting in the great, spectacular Scotland. Headed there June 15th. Again, all details are handled. You simply need to call Altair Travel, 314-968-9600, 314-968-9600. Chance to go to Scotland and see the beautiful land that is and enjoy all sorts of great experiences, including a little whiskey distillery trip, checking out all these beautiful spots in Scotland on one trip next summer, June 15th, right after the Stanley Cup, getting on the plane and headed to Scotland. 101ESPN.com has more information, or call Altair at 314-968-9600.
Charles in Charge.
Okay. Is this one of your favorite shows, Jen?
No, this is another Budweiser production. Real guy.
What do we know about this guy?
He produced like a ton of television in the 80s. One Day at a Time, The Practice, Dear John, Who's the Boss, All in the Family, Charles in Charge, Chico and the Man.
Chico and the Man, Doug.
Growing Pains, The New Lassie.
So his name was Bernard Weiser. So I wonder if somebody had fun over the years.
Yeah.
Just call him Bud.
Called him Bud.
Nicole Eggert?
Scott Baio was in Charles in Charge, right? That was
As was Nicole Eggert.
He'd be a good surprise guest.
That would be a good surprise.
I'd be surprised if I could find him.
I was looking to see what the word Budweiser meant. It's
German, right?
German derivative of Budweiss. I guess the beer was produced in a town of Budweiss.
Oh, nice.
It was the town it was produced in Germany.
Good knowledge.
Okay.
Show's full of knowledge, I've decided. If you're ready to hit the fairway with Jackson and myself, 101 ESPN and Michelob Ultra present the Tee It Up with TMA giveaway. One lucky winner and a guest will score a free round of golf with me and Jackson at Fox Run. Doug, I'm telling you, Fox Run is one of the finest courses in the area. They just redid it. It is outstanding. It is your chance to hang out and enjoy a laid-back round with me and Jackson. Use the code SWING to get entered to win now either at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. Must be 21. The Tee It Up with TMA giveaway is courtesy of Michelob Ultra Superior Light Beer. Think about it.
Okay. Well, I will. I'll take some time and just start thinking. I'm going to reflect on it. That's what I'm going to do.
I'm seriously going to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Here is John Gannon, who had a rough time with the Cardinals a couple weeks ago. And he was asked a question yesterday, and then it got real.
Okay.
I think he was a defensive coordinator or defensive quality specialist in 2007 for the Atlanta Falcons.
Fighting Falcons, Doug.
Okay.
It's a key detail here.
Coach, how early in your career did you have to start trying to figure out how to take the emotion out of coaching, as far as when you have all these injuries and you have all these different pieces? When's the first time that you can recall it?
2007, when our quarterback went to jail.
Coach, thank you.
Coach, thank you.
Yeah, I hate it when your quarterback goes to jail.
Is that Mike Vick?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's what you're talking about? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that'll teach you to adjust on the fly.
Sure will.
Boy, he's had a big comeback, though. Now he's a head coach somewhere, isn't he? College head coach?
Somewhere in Virginia.
Norfolk State. Friend of the Missouri Tigers.
Mizzou's friend. Yeah.
Jackson's in a dark place now.
Yeah, because his name was Mud for years all over the country.
Like the media guys. And okay, thanks. That was it. That was it. He gets a little fired up that John Gannon yelling at the player fumbled.
Oh, that's right.
I think he apologized.
Yeah. And
Took some time off.
Time as well.
Took a Tuesday off.
Taking time. And then Caleb Williams and Troy Aikman are sideways. I don't know the story.
So there was some talk online, so much so that both Ben Johnson, the Bears head coach, and Caleb Williams were asked about it. So this isn't just like, social media smoke. There's a real thing.
That there was some
that Aikman was very
feudish-
critical of Caleb Williams during the Monday Night Football broadcast, to a point where people were really taking notice.
Yep.
And when asked about it, Caleb Williams gave this response about missing the production meeting with Aikman before the game.
All right. Go ahead and hit the lever, please.
Did you meet with Troy last week leading up to the game?
I did not.
Stuff, or?
I did not. I didn't get to meet with him. Tried to meet with him, and then reached out and tried to meet, and that didn't happen. And so, moved on from it. Went and played the game and came out 3-2.
Why did you not meet with him?
I was here late and timings didn't meet up, lifting or whatever the case may have been, and then tried to call him after the game, or not after the game, after the day, that day that I was supposed to meet with him, and it didn't get through.
Didn't get through.
Kind of an odd story.
I think teams are run almost like the military, and it's like this: you practice at 11:04, you eat lunch at 11:04, and it's production meetings. ESPN's here 2:30. Quarterback, captain, D lineman, or whoever they request.
Right.
I guarantee Joe and Troy get into town on a Saturday, and that's the home team. You go to their home base typically, meet with the coaches and the players. Then the next day at the hotel, you get the visiting team,
Right.
and you sit and chat.
It just surprised me that
something doesn't add up
a
there.
team PR person wouldn't reach out to Troy and be like, "Hey, Caleb's running late," or the fact that it was just no communication at all is surprising.
It doesn't add up. I don't know. Something's not right there because why wouldn't they have met? He's the quarterback. They're doing the Monday night game. And I didn't pick up on that, but if Troy, maybe he was miffed, I'm guessing here, surmising, right, that he was miffed if he stiffed him at the production meeting. Like, all right, young quarterback, you stiffed us, you know.
I
Probably
did not watch that
slack.
game. Did anybody notice
I watched it, but I was at a bar, so I didn't hear.
Well, you were at a bar on Monday night. Look at you.
That was a patio.
Where were you?
I was at, where was
You're
I?
a Soulard guy.
This was in Dogtown.
You're a Dogtown guy.
Heavy Riff.
You're
Just
the
a meat
brewery.
and potatoes guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
I am.
Went out and having himself a little king of beers on a Monday night.
Yeah, it was.
Let me take the edge off.
I was hanging with some friends. It was a beautiful evening. Watch a little ball, so I didn't
Herb was
hear. Herb, no. Herb's still in Manhattan, unfortunately.
Milk Dud.
Milk Dud not there either.
Private Citizen Pete, probably.
No, Big Money Mitch was there.
Big Money Mitch. Does he have a 5-star play for me tonight?
He probably does.
NHL pick.
What does he do to get all this money?
He's on California also, minus 10.5 against.
If he has any wits about him.
But this is maybe reading too much into it. But the way Caleb answered it was just kind of flimsy, wasn't it? It was like, yeah, I was here, but I don't know. I called, but nobody answered.
Yeah, he's kind of a lightning rod already. So when this kind of thing happens, people I think are immediately going to point the finger at him more so. I just want more information on this entire.
I watched a lot of the game, and I didn't notice that Troy Aikman was being particularly rough on him.
Yeah, that's good. I wouldn't have brought it up if Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams weren't both asked about it.
Right. But I bet you every Saturday, every pre-Monday night game, Joe and Troy talk to the opposing quarter.
For sure.
So this Joe Buck audio on Troy Aikman has nothing to do with the Caleb Williams thing. This was on a podcast, separate
podcast, separate topic. I just it was about Troy Aikman, so I figured I'd make a Troy Aikman segment.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then
Oh,
I also
that's
have in
nice.
Clearing the Deck Mount Rushmore of Troy's. If you guys ever
Do you
wanna-
count they reminisced over you with Pete Rock and CL Smooth? Because the initials were Troy.
Yeah. What about Helen of?
Nice.
Helen
Real
of
nice.
Troy, she's on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Troy Brown.
Troy Donahue is an old movie star.
Troy Smith, Heisman winner.
Yeah. Buckeye.
Yeah, didn't do much after that.
Who are we missing? Troy.
Palomalu.
Yeah, that's a nice play.
Okay.
Missouri got beat by Troy in a Thursday night game.
They sure did. And that's in Georgia?
I think Alabama.
I thought Alabama as well.
Okay.
This
has brought us to an entire standstill.
Successful segment.
Caleb Williams paints his freaking fingernails. Dude's the epitome of soft. It's from Eric in the Central West End.
Yeah.
I think Sherman started saying Eric in the Central. Before you even read it, Tim, I think he knew.
You can smell it coming.
All right, Jackson. Here's Jackson's Troy audio segment.
One,
I can't wait to hear the end of this question.
he's a bigger man than you think sometimes.
Yeah.
Massive hands, right? Like just a big old dude.
Yeah.
And now he looks like all he eats is like boiled chicken breast and asparagus all the time because
Yes.
he's shredded.
Yes.
He's also, Troy's not warm.
He's intense.
Yeah, like he's like always on.
Yeah.
Do you like, how do you have fun?
It's such a good question, Ryan, because this is year 24. And I'm the one guy that can pop that. I'm the one guy that can go, hey, let's have some fun. And it's up to me to make him laugh. It is my job when we get in the booth to lighten the mood. And he knows that, by the way. This is not me talking out of school. He knows that if I get him to laugh, I've done my job and it makes us sound better.
What's the pivot?
That was from the Pivot podcast.
Is it Ryan Clark?
Ryan Clark.
Was he wearing his brooch?
No, it was more
Did Joe
casual
wear a
fare.
JB one? Nobody walked
Fred
in there.
Taylor and Channing Crowder.
Okay.
Channing Tatum was married to Jenna Dewan? Am I right on
Is that
that?
right?
just don't
He was with Zoe
know.
Kravitz, I thought.
Yeah, but he was married to Jenna Dewan, Doug, right?
I came up with
No,
Troy
he wasn't with-
Tulowitzki
he
and
wasn't.
Troy Claus. Still on the Troy
Troy
program.
Claus.
This
Certainly.
is Troy time. This is called Troy time.
Interviews.
This is segment 8-2, I
He wasn't
believe. We're
with
pushing
Zoe Kravitz.
10:03. Segment 8-2.
And it turns out that Trombone Shorty's real first name is Troy.
He was just in St. Louis last week.
Was he
Did
really?
you go see Trombone?
I didn't.
It's a
missed
lot
it.
of fun. I've seen him live. It's a good show.
But Joe is the keeper of that booth with Keeping It Light. In 2019, we were doing a Fox piece, so they sent me to Soldier Field, but they gave me a photographer from Chicago. I don't know this guy from Adam. He picks me up at the hotel. And I said, oh, Joe's great. We're going to do a segment with him and Troy, da-da-da. And we walk. And I walk in. You're still kind of intimidated. It's the Monday night. There was the Fox. It was a Thursday night game. It was on Fox. But it's the A team. They're all sitting. There's tons of people in there. And I walk in with the camera, and Joe goes, hey, guys, my buddy Martin's here from St. Louis. He's a total weirdo, so look out. I was like, God, I'm like, that's... And everybody just kind of turns and looks at me walking in the door. And the photographer's like, who am I stuck working with? So I think Joe often lightens the mood in the booth and has fun, including, like he was saying, with Troy, who is a big strapping dude.
And does seem very intense.
So there was a time, a week, very odd moment in KFNS history, Martin, and I know that doesn't narrow it down.
Was there it was the station off the air? Did somebody get into a fight? Were there legal issues? Were there money issues?
No.
Management issues?
No. In this particular moment, Doug, was it February or March of 2012?
Don't know the months, Tim.
But Joe and I were talking about doing a podcast, kind of pre-podcast. Jackson, when you say podcast, really came into their own. When did your guy Bill Simmons?
Yeah, like in the late aughts.
Really? What about
BS
Mark
report?
Maron? Was he the godfather of podcasting?
Yeah,
He's the godfather.
Him and Bill Simmons, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. About Rogan.
Yeah. I would say if you were making the Mount
You
Rushmore.
can just name a name, and Doug's
BS
he's gonna
report
agree.
with Bill Simmons, probably Maron, Rogan,
Holly Randall.
I don't know about Holly Rand. They just started turning shows into podcasts. That was a big movement, and then it became more focused.
Okay. And so we were talking about doing a podcast, and for a week, Joe's like, all right, let's try this out. And Inside STL owned the 1 to 3 slot on KFNS. That was our airtime. And so we gave, I think it was Jennings Jr., producer Joe, and Sarah Bruce, super talented lady, and said, just take the week off, we'll do this. And Joe just went through his Rolodex, and we had ridiculous guests on. I mean, you've listened to some of those. I think they play on the Skeleton on 105.7
They sure
HD2,
do.
don't they?
Mhm.
Charlie Sheen was on.
Yeah, Charlie Sheen, Nelly, Jared
Rudd,
Allen,
John
Paul
Hamm,
Rudd.
Wayne Gretzky was
Wayne
on hold
Gretzky.
while Alex Rodriguez was on. And the producer's like, hey, Alex Rodriguez is on hold if you guys want to rap with Gretzky. This is standard stuff. Meanwhile, on this program, we're worried about Gabe. But for that week, it was magical. So we're talking about doing this. We go to New York, and he's like, let's see if Aikman would be interested in being involved with it. And I'm like, oh, cool. And he goes, we're going to meet at this restaurant in Midtown Manhattan because they had the Giants and Falcons playoff game. And so I'm just strolling along, totally tagging along. And for whatever reason, Aikman was under the impression that I was like the money guy. Doug, I'm a meat and potatoes guy.
Yeah, boy, did he get that wrong.
Right.
Yeah. South City, you kidding me?
Yeah, there's no money there.
All the potatoes that you
It's
eat.
debt.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's me and Joe and Aikman, and I believe Chris Myers was there, and Joe's, I think he had like a representation in New York, and we're at this the Mexican restaurant in New York City, and Aikman turns to me and he goes, I'm interested, but I'm not going to do it for anything less. And then he gave me the number and just stared at me, and I go, okay, well, I'll talk it over and call my dad. Let me see if my dad, I think my dad's up at St. Gabriel's, but I'll get back to you, Troy, okay? Anything else? Okay, all right, guys, I'll see you later.
How do you feel about gift cards?
So it was a lot of money? It was a lot.
I mean, for me it was.
Yeah.
Because I'm
a potato eater.
That's got an Irish tinge to it, Martin, and I think we might
You
have
left
to
the meat out like he couldn't afford it because he's Irish.
Thank you. I caught that. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Are you wearing a brooch today? Send it in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Martin, I know you are headed to onboarding, and they pipe it in at onboarding now? They pipe the program in?
Yeah, so keep it clean, will you?
Yeah.
Gersh, there was one day you guys got a little naughty. He turned it down.
He turned it down. He doesn't want
That's
that.
why he's the VP.
Special projects. Martin is heading on out. 10 o'clock hour coming your way. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Russell Westbrook will spend his 18th season going up north and lighting the beam with the Sacramento Kings, his agents tell ESPN yesterday. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Aw, Doug. Stringer Bell. Is this Wendell Pierce singing?
I don't know who's singing.
Doug thinks it's Wendell Pierce.
I did absolutely no show prep.
The Bunk?
This is another TV show theme song?
The Wire.
The Wire. Okay, I haven't seen that.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. You can text in 314-399-9646. Great interview with David Freese in our Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. I like to give recommended reading, recommended podcasting. That would be recommended podcasting in a major way. And I guess now, Jackson, it's officially been greenlit by all parties. Maroon's been on, said release the interview. So I got to talk with Freese.
Yeah. Well,
you've listened to it more recently than I have.
I have, yeah. It's very good. Very entertaining for those who love
I am so
sports.
annoying in the interview. And I realize I'm annoying all the time, but this is annoying at another level. But hearing Freese and Maroon, I think balances out my annoyingness. So now that it's been 5 years since we did that interview, now we just fire it up.
Sure.
All right. Fair enough. Doesn't sound like you're excited about it. You can piss off if you want. I mean, Doug corrects Martin on the infamous thing.
Yeah, you can't call someone
you're
infamous.
not excited about the interview.
I am excited.
Chairman Kerr, what are you pissed about? You tell me. We'll get this all figured out right now. We're gonna work this out. We'll do it live.
No. I just couldn't be happier.
See, there's Chairman Kurt.
Okay.
Jackson's upset because North Carolina's going to cover against Cal.
I don't think they are.
No.
Well, I don't know. I just don't.
Are you firing heavy on it?
No.
Uh-oh, you got hit.
Well, I'm debating.
You took a beat?
I'm debating. So Ohio State, Wisconsin. Luke Fickell is fighting for his job.
You going Wisconsin?
Well, it depends if Ryan Day is going to run it up on him. I think they're kind of friendly, and I don't know. If
so which one are you taking here? I can't get a straight answer on this show.
I can't.
Well, I'm debating on which to go heavy on. Because I think
if you don't really like the game, don't bet it. That would be my counsel. But you're just dying to bet Ohio State.
No. Yeah, I'm going through the plays. Okay. It's Thursday. It's time to review. Availability reports are out, so it's time to
Well, let me take care of you real quick here.
All right.
Vanderbilt lay the points against that Southern debutante from South Boston.
Yeah, I like that play.
I'm short in the LSU market, and I'm buying up Vanderbilt stock. I don't know what to tell you.
Jackson, have you decided whether or not you're going to piss off?
I think I will. I will.
You're going to take time away. Guess we'll just do a best of, Doug, because we're all taking time away. That's what it's come to this point. Ryan Day and those pierced nips are definitely going to run it up on whiskey. That's from Dale in Grubville, and that's because he has pierced nips?
Does he really? Are we sure about that?
I don't want to kill the narrative, but I think it came out that photo from that early season game was a Photoshop job. I think the creator said it was not real.
All right.
Which hurt I didn't like that.
You just hardly have any way of knowing anymore what's real, what isn't.
Here's a lock, Jackson. Auburn money line. That's from Illini Lance.
Okay. Someone's a little hurt.
The Colonel has this gambling trend for Missouri and Auburn. Doug, do with it what you want. In 30 games as a favorite since the start of the 2021 season, Missouri is 28-2 overall. The two losses are also the only two times they've been favored by less than a field goal. That's an interesting little fun fact.
Okay.
21-17, Kentucky, 2022. That was the fake punt game. They were favored by 1. That was in Columbia. And 62-24 to Tennessee in 2021. Missouri was favored by 2.5. In that time, Missouri has been a road favorite 5 times and is 5-0. Fun facts. No and tell, I would imagine. One of those was Nashville 2023. against Vanderbilt. I'm trying to think where else it would have been. Tick-tock. Anyway.
I don't know. Is Mizzou in general a little better than the rest of the country gives them credit for, or are we just Mizzou nationalists?
Jackson, are we Tiger nationalists?
No.
Jackson says the Tiger nationalists on Twitter.
I think it isn't, like, Missouri played offensively so poorly on Saturday, and again, we're one throw away from winning. Now it's.
But you would agree that Alabama should have been up by more points.
Yeah.
Okay.
But at the same time, like the takeaway at the beginning of the second half, that's a major moment. I think if that doesn't happen, then yes, I'm
actually not even talking about the takeaway at the beginning of the second half. I'm talking about the second quarter. I mean, if there was a luck scale, and maybe there is a metric that measures it, with 2 fumbles in Missouri recovering them both, and Drinkwitz was talking about that on Tuesday. They've had 9 fumbles, Doug, so far, and they've only lost 1 of those. I mean, that is a mathematical phenomenon.
Hardy's had like probably 5 on his own, probably picked up 4 of them.
And then, what was a terrible decision and throw? The interception was dropped on the Alabama sideline, and I feel like there was another, but I guess it's escaping me. And then Alabama and Ty Simpson, his knee touching the ground on what would have been an easy touchdown. They get 3 points instead of 7.
Yeah, but
so I have to, and I'm a Missouri fan.
Yeah,
the obligation is to say what I thought. Similar to like it would have been, I would have been accused of being a homer had they lost to South Carolina or Kansas and gone. Missouri outplayed the hell out of them.
Sure,
they lost the game. If Missouri would have beaten Alabama, I'd have gone. I don't know how the hell they won that game because they got outplayed. In my opinion. Now, Bill Conley's SP Plus metric says Missouri should have won the game. I'm kind of fascinated by that metric. It just runs through the box score. But either way, what were you about to say? I cut you off.
No, it's all good. To play devil's advocate, Alabama also scored after the targeting call, which, if you look at it, is a little more 50-50 than I think what it looked like on the field. They got 7 points out of that as well. So they also benefited from 50-50 play.
Was the targeting call on third down?
I don't think it was on third down, but they definitely scored at the back end of that drive.
Am I misremembering, or did Mizzou drop an interception in or near the end zone?
No, I feel like that's overstated. It was over the guy's head.
Was that Rodriguez or no? It wasn't.
But it was in the first quarter.
Yeah, Rodriguez dropped one against South Carolina.
Yeah. Oh, he dropped a couple.
Yeah,
they were dropping that. If anything, that's another illustration why I think that game should have, just like I think the Alabama game should have been more in Alabama's favor. Missouri, South Carolina, they were dropping interceptions left and right. I mean, there is a luck element to it. Now, that doesn't mean I think they will lose to Auburn. I want to be clear. But, I think if you're a neutral observer of the Missouri-Alabama game, that wasn't a 3-point game. That's what I
would agree there.
Okay.
I think it's a 1-score game, but not a 3-point game.
So... And that's, in a sense, a compliment to Alabama. I love Alabama against Tennessee so much.
A lot of points.
That it makes me wonder if I'm missing something on Tennessee. I've been short in the Tennessee and LSU markets. And I'm buying up Vanderbilt stock. Any stocks you buying or selling, Doug?
Not so much.
I think it's going to be a really charged up atmosphere in T-Town this weekend.
I think it's going to be a nice little skull pounding.
You think so?
You're going to be happy because I know you hate tenor.
I do hate tenor, and honestly, the better Alabama is, that benefits Missouri. So, yeah, I'm definitely rooting for the Tide this weekend.
That was textbook targeting defenseless receiver. Quit being a homer, Jackson. That's some Kurt's former coworker.
It's funny because I saw a guy who played in the NFL say it was a very clean hit.
Oh, is that right? Who said that?
Kenny Stills.
Kenny Stills, Oklahoma Sooners?
Yeah, and then Miami.
Yeah.
He said, he quote tweeted it, clean hit.
He's talking
supposed
college
to do?
Football for teams he didn't play for. That's interesting. I think
he's just a ball lover.
God bless him.
Yeah.
Sometimes it seems like if the guy is hurt by the hit, they're far more likely to throw flags.
Yeah.
Even if it's a legitimate hit, if the guy is really gone
before he hit the ground.
Yeah, he got smoked. But I think the reverb of the hit had his helmet hit Marvin Burks, and that's what created the helmet-to-helmet, not necessarily the hit. But agree to disagree. They called the targeting on the field and threw him out, so there's nothing really to argue.
And how about the targeting on the running back who got knocked out also?
Yeah.
There was no targeting call.
Yeah,
You're saying there should have been?
They didn't call that one.
Jam Miller, yeah.
Right.
And he was knocked out before he hit the ground, too.
Yeah, he's still questionable for the Tennessee
How about this? Harrison's brother Master coming to Jackson's defense. What a moment in show history. That was 100% not targeting.
I was frustrated by how quick the replay of that game was. It was like they were trying to keep it going along. I was like, well, that's your starting safety. He's a captain on the defense. That's a big moment in the game. I thought that was a big turning point.
I thought Drink said Twitter's fake. That's from Kurt's from a coworker.
That's what Drink said. That's for sure.
It was clean. The call was soft. It's from the white-collar Hoosier.
Guys, if we have replay, I thought maybe take some time. They take time with everything else.
I would think maybe they would start to coach up some of the defensive backs and maybe lighten up on some of these big hits because we don't want to lose you for the whole game and then another half.
Yeah, you look where you're hitting is always the thing.
I know it's tempting when you're a defensive back, when a guy just caught a pass and you want to light him up. It's tempting to hit him just as hard as you possibly can, but it's not worth it.
Jackson would be screaming targeting if the situation was reversed. It's a hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
I don't really feel like relitigating this. It's not that interested. If you hate Missouri,
drop the subject
because you don't have a team to root for, then I feel bad for you. So,
all right.
Mizzou will beat and cover against Auburn. I'm just jelly Jackson because Mizzou loses the big games by a little and Illinois loses theirs by a lot. That's from Illini Lance.
I still think Illinois is a really good football team. If I'm looking...
You think they got no chance? No chance. That's what you got. Was that Vince McMahon's walk-up music? Am I right?
I think it's a combination of not having, like we talked about earlier, an opportunity to have a really signature win, unless USC ages well. Like if USC beats Notre Dame this weekend, that's great for the Illini. But...
for a number of reasons, because then Illinois or Notre Dame's sitting there at 3 losses.
And keep an eye on Notre Dame. And they seem, I know they have very small losses to 2 really, really good football teams, but they will not have a real opportunity for a signature win themselves.
They need USC to win out after they beat them. That's what they need.
Right, essentially. And so I think it's just that Indiana game is going to look tough. And I think Indiana is going to have an outstanding season. So but similar to Missouri last year, when you just don't look like you belong in the same field, it's going to be tough to convince people if there's other 10-2 teams. So I'm not saying no chance. I just think it's less.
Illinois currently not ranked in the AP. Ranked 25 in the coaches poll. So they got a lot of work to do and going to need some help if they're going to get high enough in the rankings to.
Well, this is why I did this yesterday. Let me do it again for you. What would Missouri's record be if they had Illinois' schedule?
Yeah, they would have 2 losses for sure.
You agree with it?
Yeah. Yep.
It's not going to play well in Tiger Board.
Oh, that's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, you were being called a Tiger nationalist. Yeah, he's out of the litigation business.
I am. But, Missouri has, people can talk about Missouri's schedule at the beginning, then they'll make up for it in the back end. They played Alabama last week. They got to go on the road to Auburn. They got some tough games out of them.
I think Missouri needs A&M
to be really good,
to be undefeated.
Yeah, agreed.
When they come a-calling in Columbia, Missouri, get themselves a night game.
Yeah,
and have A&M be sitting there with wins against Notre Dame. Who else have they beaten? Auburn, Florida. I feel like I'm missing one, and I apologize. By that time, it will have been Arkansas and LSU if they are undefeated.
LSU would be the one that they have coming up.
I think the LSU. I think there might be the Brian Kelly talk could get going here this weekend.
You think this could be the start of it?
I just think Vanderbilt's good, but in fairness on Vanderbilt, who have they beaten?
Right. It's
like you see at the beginning of the year, Virginia Tech and South Carolina, and then you see the situation with both those.
Yeah, I think it's the way they beat some of the.
And I look at it and go, I think it's you want to talk about. I'll take the heat off you on Tiger Board.
Okay.
I think Vanderbilt played Alabama tighter than Missouri did, which I realize it sounds ridiculous when you look at the score.
A couple red zone turnovers.
Right. Then they were unforced.
Yeah. Right.
So, I think my point being, it's not like it was a discrepancy. You look at the score and it sounds ridiculous. So with that said, and that was in Tuscaloosa. So I just think Alabama, Vanderbilt, that was a hell of a football game where the score doesn't look like it. And I don't really know. LSU's wins don't look the same now because it was Clemson.
Yeah.
And they were kind of messing around with South Carolina on Saturday night.
Yeah, Florida. That win. Well, at that game, you have DJ Lagway threw 5 picks, and you only won by 10 points. That math doesn't add up.
I love Vanderbilt.
Oh, do you really?
Now Jackson loves Cal. I love Vanderbilt.
Listen, I'll ride Vandy. I think Vandy's really good.
That because the sharp gamblers parlay.
Damn right.
Thank you.
Well, you think Utah just cleans out in the Holy War? -3.5.
Night game with that kind of intensity, that's what I'm going to stay away from.
Yeah, that could be a field
goal game. But I loved Utah against Arizona State. That was a bet the Tam Avenue Capital Partners fired. What would Illinois' record be if they played Mizzou's schedule?
Good question. I think that they would probably have
the same record.
1 loss. Yeah, maybe 2.
What would the second one be?
Maybe Kansas. I don't know. Maybe. I just am throwing it out there. I don't know. I'm probably the same record.
I've never watched a man argue with himself more.
Well,
in my life.
is it an unacceptable answer if I think that they might have lost to Kansas?
Okay, don't snip at us.
That's just my take.
All right.
I think Illinois is a damn good football team. I don't think Missouri loses like they lost to Indiana.
I'm sorry. If you thought Mizzou was done after Alabama last year, don't give me this Illinois is alive BS. That's some Yasiel the Boy Puig.
I did not think they were alive after the Alabama game.
I did not think they were alive after Alabama, but I think that's what he's saying. If you thought Mizzou was done
right
after the Alabama game, which was been blowout losses to Alabama and A&M.
Yeah.
Don't give me this Illinois is alive BS.
Well, I don't think they got beat as bad as Mizzou got beat by Alabama to Ohio State.
That's correct. But here is the difference. And I respect Yasiel the Boy Puig. How can you not respect Yasiel?
I respect the hell out of him.
Number one, Illinois had what I think will be a better win than Missouri had last year in their win against USC. Mm-hmm. And number two, I would be very surprised if Ohio State and Indiana were not in the playoff. And last year, Missouri's 2 losses were to teams that were not in the playoff. Yeah. And that is my reasoning. Yeah. Now, if you disagree with me, I just want to convey this, man, do I respect you? You know, there's a lot of people out there who disagree with me, but let's disagree respectfully, Doug.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Missouri scored 1 touchdown in 120 minutes of football combined against A&M and Alabama. That's like Tim said, 2 teams that did not make the playoff. And Indiana and Ohio State might be the 1 and 2 teams at the end of the season.
There's no sexy confidence on Jackson today. That's from Who's on First. You had the sexy confidence yesterday? Or was it 2 days ago?
Did you take your B12 today?
Yeah. Who's your daddy doesn't
Who's on First?
Oh, Who's on First? Yeah. Well, that's my rubric. If he doesn't like it, then I did no good.
Don't say rubric.
Is that the cool thing to say now? I think a football team is damn good to sound like a guru or something. That's from Mr. Siders.
Jesus, you guys need a hobby.
Okay, let's not get angry with him. Let's not get angry.
That's brutal, man.
You know what you need to do? You need to retire and just do Movie Boy. Do it for the next 40 years.
Yeah, my sanctuary. Even if no one listens. Just sit there in like a conversation pit, give and take.
Call it the conversation pit. Yeah. You can email in with your text the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today will be coming your way here on the program. Go back and podcast the David Freese interview. I enjoyed the hell out of that surprise guest. And Freese was a great interview. Major recommendation there, and major recommendation to Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental on Manchester in Baldwin. No dental insurance, not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of the dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. If you're thinking about Invisalign, give them my name. You're going to get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you a simulation of what it looks like before you even go through with it. They are online at 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. That's 100 West Dental, 636-585-0100, 100 West Dental. That's the great Dr. Brandon Pryor. You don't need to call the schedule. Just go to the website, 100westdental.com. Check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. The program's called TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. Locally owned and locally operated now for over 3 decades. Go to igotfloored.com and you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the absolute best price. Just come in or talk to them at Michael's Flooring, and you will see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason that Michael's Floorings continue to grow through the 31-plus years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They have it all at Michael's Flooring, and they have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Dardenne Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit their website, igotfloored.com. I feel like this is being played to taunt Blues fans. I don't like it.
No, get right back off. You know, you get knocked down, get right back up.
All right.
Dallas Stars on Saturday.
Too early to panic.
You're not panicked, Doug.
No, not after 2 horrendous home losses.
Blue Stars pregame, 5 p.m. Puck drop, 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. 8-3, your final last night at the Enterprise Center. Doug's going to the game on Saturday, and I think that could inspire the boys, eh?
I would think.
You think it could be the blue jerseys, not wearing those clean white ones?
No,
undefeated in the white jerseys.
Right. Can't be ignored. Can't be ignored.
I forgot I put out a poll on the TMA Twitter earlier on.
Oh, is that right? What do we got?
I asked what would you rather go to on Saturday night, or what would you rather do on Saturday night? Go to Blues versus Stars, or watch Mizzou Auburn on TV.
Okay, those are our two choices.
Correct.
I have not looked yet.
Okay.
When did you post this so I can get a sample size idea?
At 8:32.
Can we get how many voters we've had?
I was going to guess 300-ish.
137.
Okay. I'll say 60-40 Blue Note.
I'll say about that, watch the Mizzou game.
Okay.
Boy, I am torn as hell on this. You boys have put me to the test. Doug didn't do the Price is Right thing either.
Yeah.
Got me on that. I'm going to go 70-30 Missouri.
As of right now, 57% would rather watch Mizzou Auburn on TV.
Got that.
So I was pretty close.
You were real close, Doug.
Yeah, really good.
You're really dialed in
Nice
right now. I
going
like
me.
it. You know your yardage.
Nice going me.
I mean, do you think that poll is any different if last night's game is not such a disaster?
That's a good question.
Probably not. Probably not.
I think it
People
just has so much to do with it's an October hockey game versus
The Blues have their diehard fans. They're going to show up every night.
Right.
I just hate the way things have worked out the last couple of weekends that the games I want to watch happen to be on at the same time.
Sucks.
I mean, I realize it's results-oriented that the Illinois-Ohio State game was the same time as Missouri, but that was, I mean, what are the chances? The two local programs are playing the bluest of blue bloods in their conferences, and they happen to be really good teams this year as well. And now Missouri's playing at the same time.
Yeah, this weekend, too.
Is War Eagle, against War Eagle against the Blues and Stars game.
And then you got Tennessee, Alabama, same time as the Missouri game. USC, Notre Dame, same time as the Missouri game. Utah, BYU, same time as the Missouri game. Sucks.
You really into that Utah BYU? I feel like you might be sniffing around to put some action. I'm just warning you about that one. Don't mess around with the Holy War.
I know, but it's such a fun game to watch because they really do hate each other, and I love seeing that. I just don't think, I think I'm going to lay off that. But I think I'm going to keep my action to the SEC this weekend. Ooh.
What was that? What happened right there?
Talked himself out of it.
Oregon Rutgers. I feel like Oregon, Dan Lanning loves running it up.
You think he's going to go put it on Greg Schiano?
It has nothing to do with Schiano. It just has to do with, I think Lanning's pissed about last week. And, I think that could be one where he goes way, way up.
I applied that theory to Penn State against UCLA and Northwestern, and it did not work out for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. They're wearing their third jersey Saturday, which is their blue one from last year. Good show prep. That's from Drinking with Kevin in Wright City.
I think that's a good sign for the Note, Change it up a bit.
Doug, going to look for you in the concourse on Saturday. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll try to be there. I love going to Mizzou games. Blues games.
Both.
Mizzou games, too.
Yeah, both.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Do you wish that Enterprise Center had troughs?
No, I'm fine just the way it is.
It is good for space. You get a lot more guys in there.
Put that off.
I don't know what's funny about that.
Put that off.
You prefer the trough because you can get more guys in
When
there?
I have to pee real bad, I like to get done as quickly as possible.
Well, you should say it moves quicker, and that's why you like it, not because there's more guys in there.
I mean, I can play it back if you show me how to.
It's the same thing. You get more guys in there.
I know, but there's different ways of saying things that make it sound a little better.
That's how I said it. People still cut that line at Furrow Field, and
I've never seen that. So you're in the line in those troughs, and guys just walk in?
No.
And C-block you?
So, in the concourse, the line forms.
Right, yeah.
And then people will just join the line at the front.
Like a stop and chat? A chat and cut?
Chat and cut. No, except that they're more brazen about it. They just do it.
What if somebody has to go so bad they're jumping up and down? Would you offer them a spot in front of you?
Absolutely not.
You wouldn't?
Absolutely not.
What if it's a kid?
That's different.
Okay.
I have been that boy. And
I have been that boy.
But you've also been that guy that had to go so bad you might not be able to hold it for another 5 seconds.
You got to plan better then. You got to get out there quicker. As soon as Bobby Boots kicked that line drive 30-yard field goal, they got blocked and somehow still went in. I hustled my ass to the bathroom. Still waited 15 minutes to get in there.
Really?
Mizzou sucks. The Blues suck. The Cardinals suck. The Doggies suck. We just suck. That's from the Veiled Prophet. He is not in a good headspace.
Well, opportunity for a bounce-back weekend. Blues win on Saturday. Mizzou wins Saturday. Illinois wins. They're on a bye week.
No, that's good positive thing.
They win the bye week, and here we come.
All right, there he is. That's Jackie Papers. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming up to TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. Stifel partners with the Cardinals and the Blues and the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and our future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and is a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. So it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, Jackson's not attracted to women in Doc Marten boots.
What are Doc Marten boots?
Is that right?
Just like the big chunky shoes in general.
Oh, the big black
but
boots.
It's like giant chunky shoes that are very popular now.
Yeah, I don't care for that either.
And like, what cocktail lounge would I need to go to see that?
Somewhere in Soulard.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks almost like something would go with an emo. What are the
Emu, of course, an animal.
Like an ostrich?
No, the people that dress up in all black.
Yeah.
And what do they call it? Emo.
That would be yes, but like goth. Yeah, but like it's not just like it's all like chunky shoes, like big giant chunky shoes, which are very popular
Yeah.
now.
Why would anyone want that? Make your feet feel clumsy and
I don't know.
Herman Munster boots.
Yeah, I always like low tops. That's what I'm into.
Low tops.
What are low tops?
Like low cut sneakers. Like not high tops. I don't know how else to describe it.
Okay.
Did I start speaking Latin here?
No.
Low cut
I think
shoes.
Jackson's going to find somebody today.
Someone's ass is getting beat.
I knew it. Spicy So says, I don't know. I guess they're sideways in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I'm not sure what's going on. I know you people can't talk actual substance, which is why you can't debate. Happy you like watching your people smashing heads together and call it a sport. Have fun, y'all.
Okay,
Does that sound like anti-football in the chat?
Yeah, Spicy Sal's been very anti-football. I've noticed.
Anti-football?
Yeah.
Anti-football?
Well, I'm going to suspend
And he listens to
suspended now?
That's right.
He listens to a sports talk radio show?
You've been suspended a period of 2 days' time. Your name right now is going into the suspension log. I'll tell you what else I'm going to offer up. A little tariff of 20%.
He's getting tariffed?
Uh-huh. 20% tariff.
We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up next. TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues off today and tomorrow. Back in action on Saturday as they take on the Dallas Stars. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, Doug, you wanted it. You got it. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. But first, I want to tell people about Mentality. Have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore? Struggling to focus? No energy for the people you love? Put it this way. If your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? Stop being tired of being tired and get back to being the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com. Reserve your spot today. That's Mentality. I've been out there, got tested. They test your free testosterone as well. You're in and out within 20 minutes. Super friendly staff. It's Mentality, and that's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com. Mentalityhealth.com. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling today. One vote for email of the day yesterday. It's always been my kind of luck. I once win a free doctor's checkup. Doug, I once win a free doctor's checkup.
It sounds like you need to go back to the doctor. You're not writing well. You could be confused.
After Doc, is it Jorgensen or Jorgensen? Jorgensen?
I would say Jorgensen, unless told otherwise.
And Mike Jorgensen managed for the Cardinals in 95?
Jorgie, yeah, first baseman.
Turned in the paperwork. The insurance company turned down my surgery because they considered my third and fourth big toes as a family trait. Doug, that's midge.
Odd. Midge.
Can't believe your YouTube chat is not behind a paywall. I'd move my kid from his pretentious school to the public school system if that's what it took to afford it. Tuning into the chat, I thought I was watching a sports show. Turns out I stumbled into the username Spicy So's personal crusade against football's vocabulary. The man's out here fighting, quote, programs like Plowsy fought against Big Ashtray after they were removed from cars 20 years ago. Within 5 minutes, he'd written enough anti-football manifesto material to fill Gangster Pete's ill-fitting, oversized backwards hat. You've got to admire the stamina, though. Most people tap out after one, you've made your point from a moderator. We have a moderator?
I didn't know that.
But not our guy, Spicy Sal. No, he doubled down, throwing in a you people and a kiss emoji like a general sending love letters from the front line. It's not sports commentary, it's performance art. And honestly, I respect it. Every chat needs its philosopher, even if he's just mad about the word program. Best, that's from Riot's Uncle Dunbar.
Riot's Uncle Dunbar.
And finally, the Blues got curb stomped on their home ice 8-3 by the effing Blackhawks. And what's the media in this town talking about? Some ankle tat having radio producer putting a headset on Gene Katie's comb over 20 years ago. Ours is the type of presentation where a seminary student from Shrewsbury feels free to drop in at any time to demand we take the call of his dweeb friend on the other line, who is pretending to be a fifth grader, asking for advice about his stepdad, but is really just trying to see how long he can stay on the air while rambling nonsense about a former NFL running back who's been retired for a decade. Fun fact, Steven Jackson made 3 Pro Bowls and rushed for 1,000 yards in 8 straight seasons while playing for the Rams head coaches Martz, Vitt, Linehan, Haslett, Spagnuolo, and Fisher, which is the most forgettable run of professional sports in St. Louis history. But Libby Jack still pleasures himself to the highlights. Some Buck Swope, DBA the Recess Ladies Breast. Doug, what do you got?
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. There, we got to go by.